Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call via text. Oh, excuse me, Honorable Carl Slater is excused. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates present for roll call. Oh, Honorable Edmund Yazi is also excused. With that, Honorable Speaker, 15 delegates are present for today's meeting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have 15 members present here this afternoon. And I just want to say thank you to Honorable Keon Begay there at the Resource and Development Committee meeting who did the prayer for the day. So we'll go ahead and we'll work off my Chase prayer, who has blessed the nation and blessed the discussions for today. So thank you, Honorable Keon Begay, for that invocation this morning. So with that, let's move on down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Is there any recognitions at this time, colleagues?
Speaker Freeland. Speaker.
Sorry. My lips were just going on the video, but my voice
I can
wasn't
see your
being
lips
heard.
moving.
Somebody was muted me. Honorable Freeland, thank you very much. Floor is yours at this time for recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Good morning, Speaker, colleagues and staff. Good morning or good afternoon. Shana, thank you for that prayer. Exactly what you had said this morning. Definitely appreciate that. Speaker and colleagues, this morning or this afternoon, I wanted to give a shout out to some of our workers right now. We've had an incident happen over at Herfinale chapter, and we had a water emergency, and this all began because of a runoff that we had experienced a flood that came through Gallegos Wash right near the old Carson trading post. So a water line broke. It affected about 500 to 700 community members in Herfinale, about 4 different sub-communities: Carson, Gallegos, Chaco Plant, and parts of Ditley were affected. Herfinale is my largest chapter that I represent, and it was a very surreal situation because this water line does come from the cutter lateral side, from the water treatment side behind Ditley, and this flood actually broke the water line. And I want to say thank you to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for their quick response, their immediate response. The water line, of course, there's 3 tanks: the north, the west, and the south tanks were all completely, of course, they were taken out. So the water line had to be repaired, and these water tanks had to be refilled again. But the quick response from NTUA was very much appreciated. The Shiprock District, Miss Petty Sam, who's a master operator, Mr. Marvin Redhouse, who is an operator in training, Mr. Murtis Curley, who is a master systems operator, Moses Yeslin, wastewater foreman, Jeremiah John, a water meter reader, as well as Keith Pine, who's also a reader, Patrick Mata, who's a material coordinator, Thomas Johnson, electrical line inspector, Natisha Johnson, office supervisor, Cassandra Begay, who's a acting project coordinator, Laura Yazzie, who's administrative assistant, Cornelius Carl, a field superintendent, Wilford Franklin, the district manager out of Shiprock, and out of Naabik'íyáti, we have Marshall Kitso, who's a master system operator. Of course, at the headquarters, at Charlie, a heavy equipment operator, headquarters transportation, Mr. Rex Coons, deputy general manager, Rainey Nelson, the associate general manager, Dave Schultz, principal engineer, Regina Martinez, who is a legislative liaison, Judy Martinez, administrative coordinator, and Leander Begay, who's administrative coordinator. Speaker, I wanted just to give this recognition to NTUA and of course the Navajo Nation.
Freeland has 2 minutes.
I'm sorry?
Have you exceeded your 2 minutes?
Is this council?
It's an Naabik'íyáti committee.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I appreciate it. Just want to give a shout out. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Freeland. If there's anything from the Speaker's office you want us to do formally to them, we can get that done in a letter too as well. Just let us know, Honorable Freeland.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you to NTUA for helping this community. With that, colleagues, any other comment or actually any other recognitions at this time?
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So, then Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Okay, Chair, on the way, the school leader, Chong, or is that a candiba? That's how they do this. So, the Sagi said they don't, they did not share of the so, what's all of this? Thank you. All the firefighters are fighting the fight on backstab. That they be recommended to be blessed and may they finish their job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So moving on down, let me go to Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Daniels, the floor is yours at this time, recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Honorable members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, this morning. At this time, I want to thank NTUA as well, Delegate Freeland and Nenegi. Really appreciate the work that they do, and also with Light Up Navajo 3. I want to thank a crew that came out from North Carolina. They connected some homes with electricity in the Shanto area, Navajo Mountain area. I call this company, this utility company, Greenville Utilities. So I had a chance to sit down with them Thursday evening in Kayenta, and I just thank them on behalf of our Navajo people. Power lines at Badastigi, utilities Badastigi. I just want to say thank you to Greenville Utilities. Mr. Chair, and also Speaker's office. Maybe can we do a letter of appreciation letter to them? So I'll provide the address and everything. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Herman Daniels. With that, we can work together with Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. If you, Mr. Sosi, you're listening in, Mr. Tommy Sosi, if you could work together, reach out to Honorable Daniels and then Miss, I can get her name from NTUA. But we can find the individual from NTUA to go ahead and help Honorable Daniels with that letter. With that, colleagues, moving on down. Any other recognitions of guests or visiting officials at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Review and adopt the agenda. Hold on. There was a text message that came in. Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown.
Hello, speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes. Honorable Brown.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Chun best sponsor Annie Lenny Hado the number not here. Yeah, out of Quagging Journal Hana no caught the end in there, Bikay Bakai. Speaker, I attended the All Roads Lead to Chaco with Change Labs, and I got to sit down with many Navajo business owners across the nation and off the Navajo Nation. I wanted to recognize all the hard work that they put in to help our people, to bring whatever funding that they can get, revenues to the Navajo Nation coffers. With the complexity, the challenges that the Navajo Nation puts upon our Navajo business owners. And also I was there for the presidential forum last night, but I just wanted to recognize the Navajo business owners and doing a lot of wonderful things. And I want to make sure that at the next gathering to invite as many leadership, council delegates, and president, vice president to this space and help streamline some of the process. We had a bright young man from Chilchimbito, an attorney, Mr. Joseph Austin, who can literally point in the business regulatory, the policies where we need to change. Also, I'm on my way to Window Rock, and I did text one of our staff, Donovan Hanley, on start planning a bike ride with some of these business owners where they involve our Navajo youth for healthier activity, positive outlook, good role modeling. And that will be the week before our Navajo Nation Council summer session. That we would be riding from Kayenta community to Window Rock and joining on the 17th with the horse trail riders. And that's to encourage our Navajo people, our youth, and everyone to enjoy our beautiful land and just healthy habits. So I'll be there at the office soon.
Very much. That, moving on down. Thank you very much, Honorable Brown, for those recognitions. And I do believe Mr. Hanley will be working with you on that. Thank you. That, colleagues, any other further recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time? If there are none, let's go ahead and continue on down to item number 3 on our agenda, review and adopt the agenda. Actually, a proposed agenda, but we're going to adopt our agenda through this process. So, Mr. Rico, if you could read the proposed agenda into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24 Navajo Council Special Meeting via telecommunication, Windrock Navajo Nation, Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022. Proposed agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24 Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt your journals. There are no journals. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business A, legislation 0067-22. 7, new business A, legislation 0051-22. B, legislation 0003-22. C, legislation 0007-22. D, legislation 0258-21. E, legislation 0064-22. F, legislation 0065-22. G, legislation 0066-22. H, legislation 0021-22. I, legislation 0022-22. J, legislation 0024-22. K, legislation 0059-22. 8, close the meeting. Announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, on our agenda, do I have a motion?
Delegate Brown, no motion.
Honorable Brown, second by
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Hi, colleagues, at this time, are there any comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda this afternoon? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board. On our agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell
votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable James, how do you vote? Honorable James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas
Honorable-
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Amber Kines-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. 17 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. On accepting our agenda this afternoon. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There are none at this time. Item number 5, receiving reports. Again, there are none at this time. Item number 6, old business. 6A, legislation 0067-22, sponsored by Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. With that, Mr. Rico, let me go to you for a recap on old business IA, legislation 0067-22. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation was on the agenda for June 9th, 2022. Upon receiving a motion and a second, there was a call for a sponsor, but there was no sponsor available. So it was determined that this legislation would then be placed on old business at the next Naabik'íyáti meeting. There currently is a motion held by Edison J. Juanica and a second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Mr. Speaker, I'll read this legislation into the record. Enact tracking number 0067-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti committees and to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $4,100,000 from the Citizen Fund for a proposed apartment/multi-purpose complex in Navajo, New Mexico, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to 2508. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. And also there is also a committee report from the Naabik'íyáti Committee that recommends or that indicates the legislation stays with Naabik'íyáti because there was no sponsor available. Mr. Speaker, this legislation moves on to the Nomination Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, there is a motion by Honorable Edison Juanica, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. So with that, colleagues, is there any comments or questions? This legislation is destined for council. That Honorable Elmer Begay has questions. So let me go back to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Agradecendo, Speaker,
Oh.
Chairman Damon, Kodo, Ando, and colleagues, and 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti committee members, and the legislation, it's for the Navajo Red Lake community. I do have 2 agents. Honorable Delegate Jonathan Hale, Christine Garnez, who are both members of the Navajo Townsite Commission Group. They're in Navajo, New Mexico. Oko Kodogi Shin Badinesh Oslo Les Shatilla, Chair Delegate Hale. Quagishin be Shkadil with the Leslando, Chanela, Mr. Singarnes, Oko Quagi in Hadash Oslo to give an explanation for this legislation, particular legislation on this one for the apartment complex again and multi-housing. Hey,
Good afternoon. This is Prestine Garnanes with Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation. Delegate Hale is our board chair, and if he's on the line, I'm willing to extend some time for him to speak. But if not, I can go ahead and do a quick overview of our proposal. So Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation is a nonprofit organization that was started in 1989. And the former Navajo Forest Products Industry, NFPI, they created Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation. And I'm not sure how familiar everyone is with NFPI and the history here in this community of Navajo Red Lake, but NFPI operated, it was a sawmill that was in operation from the late 1950s until the mid 1990s. And when the Navajo Tribal Council at the time, they set aside some land, almost 1,000 acres, to create the community of Navajo, New Mexico, and to provide space for the NFPI site. And so when they created NFPI, there was a lot of folks who came in from different parts of the reservation to be employed here at the sawmill. And so there was this huge influx of folks moving to the town of Navajo. And in response to that, there was the building of houses for the employees who worked here at NFPI. And in 1989, the NFPI board, they decided to create this nonprofit to help with the management of these housing entities, as well as to try and explore the incorporation of the town site. But that the incorporation of the town site never came to be. However, NTCDC continues to manage these employees' homes for the Navajo Nation, because NFPI, as we all know, went defunct in the mid 1990s, and all of its assets were returned to the Navajo Nation. So in 2000, then President Kelsey Begay entered into a management agreement with Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation to manage these homes on behalf of the Navajo Nation. In the late 1990s, NTCDC set out to acquire some land here in the community. They have an existing master lease with 2 tracts of land, denoted as Tract A and Tract B. And about 15 years ago, they added 40 new houses to the community, 25 of which are public rentals that were built with NAHASDA monies, and 15 homeownership lease to own home buyer units also built with NAHASDA monies. Our proposal now is to utilize that master tract, the master lease Tract B, in which there's some significant acreage that's undeveloped, and we'd like to build a multi-family mixed income apartment complex. So multifamily is just exactly that. It's an apartment complex of anywhere from 1 to 3 bedroom units. Mixed income means that we would provide rental units for folks who are not necessarily low income and who may have higher incomes. And the reason why we're doing this and not trying to go after NAHASDA monies is that NAHASDA monies or Indian Housing Block Grant monies are restricted to providing homes to low-income families. And so, as you guys may know, that we have a subset of our population in which we're not building homes for, which is those folks who make a little bit higher incomes. And so we end up having folks to either move and live in Gallup or move completely far away from the reservation. And so we want to be able to provide housing to those folks who don't necessarily qualify for low-income housing. But because we also know there is a need for low-income housing, a portion of the units would also be for low-income families. So that is what we mean by mixed income. Now we're also on that parcel of land looking at building a community facility. But we're utilizing, looking at other funding sources to build that. So we're not necessarily asking for funding to build a multi-use complex. We're looking at other funding, but the complex would be on the same master lease tract. And I put the information in the packets together to show where the tracts lie here in the community. But because what is available, the parcel of land that is available is not more than 4 acres. To put 25 units, we would probably look at building upward rather than outward. So that's another thing to consider about our project. But that is essentially what our project is, who NTCD is as well. If there are any questions, or if Delegate Hale is on the line and would like to say a few words.
Oh, yati education that snack ado question masha tagi ado shige Honorable Speaker Damon. So sinai kwasa bedana dit ahi nina sabeni kind wadigi. So hot ikwa pinat na anlanigi khatilia. So hot ikwa an hitato nit ado kuid si hot because ke to hot ben hitin dahanne housing shortage. So hot ben hitin da with in whatever community, various communities of hot. But I guess it's up to the community and any other organization that will take the lead to develop a comprehensive presentation or proposal. So one that's before you is just that. The other thing that we run into was when NHA built these homes, or these homes, they were under certain requirements. Certain statutory requirements with NAHASDA. They had to be income. They had to reach a certain income. And that's always a situation with tribal employees as well as other entities. People have high incomes. And the only thing that they could resort to was Kerrigan Estates over here in St. Michael's. But, that's for long-term. Long-term. But some of the employees, they're not seeking long-term. They have their own homesteads in other locations. They may reside in the communities closer to the government, but they're not all from there. They're from other communities. I know the communities of Window Rock and St. Michael's is like that. People from Pinyon, Blue Gap, from Tuba City, they just rent homes, if anything, or have employee housing, situations like that. So, people relocate for various reasons, I know that for people, some of them that work at Salato Medical Center, they drive all the way in from Rama or Shiprock, leave at 4 o'clock in the morning just to clock in, do their work, and they drive back. So hot aban sahake so to sta khait adata. Sa hiyo na has algo betochi igisita khait adata not to khait to list so hot esa. Whether the chapters do it or whether any other entity does it. So hot ya kwa ki shmaye khati iskita hot khatati liya to hot pe na hos ato hot shita kati shigi ati ko hot edo hot has ala late ala to list. So rather than just to roll it around, the proposals before you, the benefiting entity in this case would be those communities of where those people are from, and wherever homes that they can try to secure. These are apartments. Like Shama said, going wide, you have to build up. So case. Application and if you can make the payments and sign your agreement and abide by the rules, and it doesn't really mean that you would have to be employed to the extent, this could be open to anybody, maybe retired individuals or maybe somebody that's employed by Gallup McKinley County Schools. So bani na hot on hitato ni ado hot icon ni jababan sakis of course hi gidi etik ado shi ha kita tanata has out hot ta panaho out ta shita pape hot so hot kwaki sabe hata is digi do shinan lenigi ta sabe na dit ai na hai na yo ashigi ba hin no dishna to kudo be to chinigi Ashi hagi da the na hold just da shinta sa kwaki na hat lenigi notin be so kuje hut on this board. So hut aban sa case all the just hold shigit so hagi da ni da ade kaish with to hut sa to hut peso but de tado hut la to ne sinana to le hagi da anigi just looking at your agenda hut okay na go hot peso yo kedo hot ad na ne hadno chatigi yena skit so hot so ani khoshin hot ban si ke so hot ba jo pa ni tsin so ko je has anigi so hot ela ko hot ko asad minigi sa be ho anigi do be has digi ba ke so dishna ta kon so dole ke ha.
Chairman, that completes our presentation. Stella.
Thank you very much with that, Honorable Stewart. Let me go to the floor then. I have Honorable Elmer Brigay. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Speaker, and the members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. I have a question. Those presenters. So others to little to say where do they'll get others to the hot do other stage that there. They didn't is hope is not to the cheap assistant. Sit not in the tree. Actually, there's another yet in Hidini at all. And I just get out to get my question now. Only the yai there's need if I has that here. Art focusing what here. But end the yai Christian housing class at home. Are the had what are the here has other by ilte do the national hagido yet. I would end I just get out to ask the question is you could about the public competing office that's what I was so this. Office got hard at the management. Very hard and liquid will be the operating costs. Around to maintain those homes there. It's the one you see though one to this What will be the operating cost on it? Kilibada has need of this. So has it idea about how young of this? Aro idea I would add this. Aro a friend that was this do. I will be manix. I don't that supervisor, okay, housing management. A manager, see that then need of this. Aro based on these, I accountant, I don't see the compliant officer, seems like they have no other discretion. All those employees that can be hired to run that. Is it a good so I will ask that what will be the whole operating cost on it? What are the AW? If I don't think that I had the Halit Ella, A. Hanela, I thought this that way. My question, I know that to be like that, you have to have a personnel that has experience, that has a knowledge in housing management. I look at maintenance machine, electrician, that plumbers, that they seem to be certified to do that. What are you doing? I just get a personnel, the Hanet, not or stuff like it is maybe to show that it's a pattern. I just keep all this. It'll be my question. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee that have any further comments or questions? Madam Chair, Charles Newton, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the presentation regarding this much needed project on the Navajo Nation. That is one of the biggest issues that we have run into in terms of housing, is that all of our homes that are built here on the Navajo Nation that are using federal funds do require a minimum of an income. And so we often hear from our working middle class Navajo families saying that they are not eligible for any type of home, whether it's NHA or rental homes. We also do see a lot of our young professionals who come back here to the nation wanting to work for the nation, but they don't have homes. I know that we are running into that issue with public safety, and we're running into that issue right now with the judicial branch as well. We have people who are signing up or who want to be judges, but because there's no homes, they can't, they can't come and work for the nation. We've seen that on multiple occasions, and then we've also seen where getting a home site lease almost requires you to, give everything almost short of your life in order to get a home site lease approved. So on the one hand, I do support this legislation and also what it's trying to do. I am reading through the legislation because I do have the question of, where are the funds going to go? Because it looks like you guys are a nonprofit that is asking for citizen funds from the Navajo Nation, and it looks like the funds will be going into your coffers. And so it begs the question of, if Navajo Nation gives these funds, what are they getting back in return? That's number one. Number two is the concern that I have with what we would be facing with rental costs. I know that when individuals who do come back to work for the nation, who are, making way over what the federal government allows for them to get into NHA housing, sometimes NHA does have to use the current rental rates, and those are, in the thousands. And I know that we do have an apartment complex in Shippaq right now that charges over $1,000 for individuals who are working, and that's kind of what their rental rates are. But I didn't see that in the legislation, what you guys would be charging for rental rates. And I know that a majority of the individuals in that Chaco River apartment are low income, because those who do have an income are not ready to spend over $1,000, for rent to stay in those apartment complexes. So although it does address the issues that we currently see for our professional Navajos to come back, many of them are not willing to pay over $1,000 for rent. So at this point, what are you looking at in terms of your rental rates for these apartment complexes? And, is that similar to what you would see off the Navajo Nation? And then especially right now with what's going on with our gas prices, we know that that's being taken into consideration with a lot of things, but has that also been considered in terms of what people are paying right now to travel back and forth to work? It seems almost, and I know at one time during the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, it was considered, but I don't know if it ever went anywhere. Perhaps Speaker Damon can provide some insight into this, but I know at one time it was proposed to do 4 10-hour days to try to bring down the cost of keeping buildings open. And I know at one point they weighed, going to 4 10s with the services that are being provided to the people. But in this economy right now, what we are seeing is that things are not getting better. If anything, they're getting worse. I feel like, it's costing our people right now for them to work. And that shouldn't be the case, but that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of our Navajo people right now who can't afford, to pay for gas. And because of that, they're staying home. So it is kind of a difficult economy right now, but at the same time, we also have to take into consideration, what the rental costs are going to be at this point for the apartment complex that you're currently proposing. And then I guess in terms of, what is being offered at these complexes as well. I know that you guys are catering to those who are working, but, I guess that would be my question is, as a working individual, where if I could get an NHA home, a 3-bedroom NHA home that I'm renting for $1,200, and I could, and that same token get an apartment complex or get an apartment within a complex at the same rate, which would I choose? And then the bottom line is, for a lot of professionals, that amount is very, very steep, especially because as Navajo Nation employees, we're not even making what the average amount is. When you have individuals who are making $9 an hour that are still employed by the Navajo Nation, it makes it hard to argue that they would be able to afford some of these apartment complexes that are going up, or these homes that are going up. So that would be my question to you: is what are you planning to to charge in terms of rent, and have you weighed the cost benefit analysis, especially in terms of what is happening today? And then, as I stated, with this money that is going to be coming out of Sihasin, what is the Navajo Nation going to be getting out of this? And I was looking at the Sihasin, the requirements. I know that this project does meet the requirements, but usually that's one of the questions that's often asked by a delegate is with these Sihasin projects. How does that, how are some of those funds put back into the coffers for the Navajo Nation? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, comments or questions, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Stewart and to your agents to respond, and then I'll go back to the floor if there's any further comments or questions. Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours for response at this time.
Questions to the chairman, Damon Adokorogi, Shanado and the Shaja, Aro and the corner stage and the Niki Kodo, Nandos Kidagito, Kodogi, a Behatzigi, a Shin National and the Niki Mascarnashi, Quagishi, Chanela Mascarnes.
Thank you, Shanella. Yes, so to answer Honorable Elmer Gay's question about who would manage this apartment complex, Navajo Townsite Community Development would manage this new apartment complex. As I mentioned before, we have more than a 30-year history of managing houses, and currently we manage about 106 units, and they are all individual single houses. They're houses, and so we would be managing the apartment complex. And our current operating costs, we have a budget of about $500,000. That's what we operate on, and that currently we bring in as much revenue as we spend. So we're just breaking even with our current operation for the 105 units. So adding these additional units, and I don't know if you guys can see my the screen share, but when we were putting the proposal together, we were initially thinking about 15, 20, or 25 units. And if we were able to find the funding to build 15, 20, or 25 units that is not public federal dollars like NAHASDA, then it would be 100% open market. And to answer Honorable Charles Newton's question about rental costs, we looked at the fair market value of rents for McKinley County, San Juan County, and Apache County. And last year, the fair market rent for a 1-bedroom in McKinley County was $645. And for a 3-bedroom, it was $966. For Apache County, it was $596 for a 1-bedroom, and then over $1,000 for a 3-bedroom. And in Shiprock or San Juan County, it was $695 for a 1-bedroom, and over $1,000, again, about $1,050 for a 3-bedroom. The numbers that we put together actually, for a 1-bedroom, we were thinking that it would be about $450. For a 2-bedroom would be about $550, and a 3-bedroom about $650. So still a couple $100 below fair market value. And in 2022, fair market for rents in McKinley County is $612 for a 1-bedroom and $967 for a 3-bedroom. So our projections that we were thinking would still be below what is fair market value, because this is Navajo, New Mexico, and there's not as many amenities as there are in other communities. So we're taking that into consideration as well, knowing that a lot of our folks who are working, who live in this community and are working, they do have to travel. I read a report the other day that said about 50% of our community who are employed have to travel 50 miles or more for their jobs. And so I used to work in a place where I had to drive 50 miles, 100 miles round trip every day. And you're right, those gas costs, they add up. And so really thinking about the portion of the market that we're looking to cater to. I think we're still being reasonable. The amount of revenue that we're looking to bring in with the 25 units where 50% would be higher incomes and another 50% would be low income. We're looking at an annual revenue of about 153,000. So for the whole year, for annual income for the organization, we're looking at about 650,000 a year. We currently have 9 employees in our organization, half of which are maintenance folks. And so they have a lot of experience with working on HVACs, taking care of plumbing issues. But I also have to say that the reason why we have so many maintenance folks is that 60% of our homes are these older former NFPI housing. So they require a lot of maintenance now. They're between 60 and 70 years old, some of them. And so that's one of the reasons why we have kind of a larger maintenance crew for such a small organization. But that's related to some other funding that I've asked you all about before to help with the removal of some of those units that are no longer able to be inhabited. But I believe that we have the history, we have the experience and the knowledge to successfully operate the addition of 25 more units into our operations. And then to answer the last question of where the funds are going to go, these funds would go toward the design and the construction of the complex. I put a budget in with my packet of how we would break it down. So we would be also purchasing appliances, the water heaters, the dryers, the stoves, refrigerators, as well. So that's where the funding would go. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your response at this time?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. Let me go back to the floor. Colleagues, and if you're just joining us, everybody that's listening in, we are on item number 6, old business legislation A0067-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any further comments or questions on legislation 0067-22? Again, colleagues, this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you put in the queue box after Honorable So?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Actually, what it's not again. So, Honorable Stewart for bringing this legislation forth. Honorable Hill, Bez ani gi so aja baba nan nisto ba na so Mr. Nines so the issue of housing gi aja nizati as I was going through the legislation and maybe just some clarification on the Navajo Town Site Community Development Corporation. And I'm assuming it's at a different status than a master lease that NHA withdraws. In town site, The NHA, they're under the wing of the Navajo Nation, Navajo government. The Neva Washington Corona Petipilla Natian Bilkane we can bail out NHA. We bail out our tribal enterprises too. But this corporation, this township corporation, the Kwaikipeh Ani, aje open sas case go aje ni hit a shit ego but they no niche chin hit or niche action when President Kelsey Gay moved forward to establish this and through the just gave you through all the keys to you and said it's your mess, you deal with it. We're going to give it to you. It's just sort of like the chapters, you know. Or basically, you deal with your local communities. No, because there's no technical aspects from the mother government really. When you get down to the local level, if you can expand a little bit on the town site community, the Navajo Town Site Community Development Corporation. I know that the resolutions here that in there and it's an agreement, a lease that happened between the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Town Site Development in Housing Master Lease. Alcohol dita خلت ego or is it two? Looking at the heading of this indicates that there's two, there should be three: the Navajo Nation, the Town Site Community Development Corporation, and then there's a space, no and, but it says Housing Project Master Lease. Alcohol dita خليت ولا يسي نش تو تي أخد alcohol. What I'm getting to is that maybe we should start looking at amending the NHA TDHE as a nation. NHA bepeso da ze hadit ego da nakhapacha nakhat or ni benina niki de nahe kawan de khatin khado hawan denzen alcohol yego ba nahot it every itna yo tahba ho ba nah ba hal jisho every time when presidential campaigns are going on. Housing. The 4 years before then too, housing. Exchange I thought I see Diego. I thought pertaining to housing. I think you guys operate under the weather where you wrote out the market. You wrote out things that that when you guys were subjected to the market and people may not have paid you and things like that. But it kept you guys afloat and you house people there. Don't get me wrong, I support this legislation. And just think if this type of planning could be done like in Northern Agency and Western, Chin-Lee, and other portions of the nation, Tita a to impact the middle income. The net peso ich in the betaki. JHA one can Lego. Uncle Bashine not peso in loud. Yeah, we know that HUD. We have to they have to they're subjected to what policy is governed by the by HUD. Ebe has ani. Ako di de ni kodo peso git ni kodo ni khai nilo do yat ni ni kodo do jibe de ke ni kago. You know, what's the guarantee to the nation that will assure that apartments will be built and the project will be a success? Because 4.1 million is really not an if you look at housing or apartment complex, alcohol, that assurement, add on that the citizen policy requires matching fund, and I was looking to the legislation to see where was the matching fund, what amount. We know that citizen indicates, oh, okay. But again, that's an ARPA. But again, I think with the ARPA legislation, delegate stewards matching amounts and to be gutted from the amendment. So it still puts you back to where's the other matching fund going to come if the ARPA legislation does not fund the 3 million, because citizen requires the matching amount. And this is just thinking about it. What's your plan B if the ARPA monies does not come through with the with legislation 0086, because it looks like you're depending on the ARPA portion to appropriate the funds. You know that legislation 86, there's as it's brought back to the table, we're going to be on that amendment, I believe it's amendment 1. That's pulling monies from many different areas, and I'm not too sure if they're pulling monies from the funds that may have been earmarked for in 86 for that housing purpose. So definitely going to have to get a plan B on that, on the matching. Alcohol AD oban this case. This camp built so as though in this, if this legislation is approved tomorrow and the special council session and 86 is approved with the amendment that's currently being proposed, that guts out that $3 million that you guys are eyeing for match funding. And automatically, the Department of Justice might say, hey, might wave a red flag and say, this is not meeting the requirements of citizen. So the plan B for the match funding, what is the plan B on the match funding? Because like I indicated again, 0086 has a current amendment, and it's moving monies from areas that were earmarked for project. And I think this is the reason why the president had certain amounts line item for that purpose. And then we have this amendment that's on ARPA on 86, and it's going to pull those monies away from you. And what is the strategy for Plan B? Because if you don't have that match funding, where else? How are you going to meet the criteria of citizen? So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that, let me go ahead and go to Honorable Freeland at this time. Honorable Freeland, then I'll come back to you as the sponsor, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Sorry, did you call me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm on an update call with the Herfinale chapter as well. Thank you for the legislation as well as your presentation. Just I too do support the legislation. Just some consideration for us to think about. Navajo is one of many towns that were at one time thriving and prospering, and everything was, in this case, the forest products industry was there and really had a nice booming economy. And I think of the situation that similar to Crown Point, at that time it was uranium, but everything pulled out and everything changed after that. So, just for us to think about that, we got to think about catching up with our past and dealing with the past economic opportunities or fortunes that we once had and prospering that way, and thinking about what that had occurred. For myself, I'm very thankful that we're trying to recover out here in Crown Point. And I do hope that Navajo does make that recovery as well. I always remember the old Navajo Rec Center and going there at one time for a swimming pool. Back in the day, having a swimming pool on the reservation was a big thing. So, that's how far it was back in time. I did drop a legislation to assist NHA, and I hope that it could also help you all with the income requirements that HUD has. It's asking HUD to reconsider, amending their income requirements. So in cases like what my sister brought, Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen, middle income families can meet the threshold of getting a home or qualifying for home, so we can get more people into homes. So it all begins with HUD because of the very strict guidelines, income guidelines that they have in place. So hopefully we can get that done and get it situated with HUD. So I hope things work out for you all and the township and work for you all through this. Hopefully this development does fan out. So you do have my support and consideration. So Edia, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, let me go to, before I go back to Honorable Stewart, let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours at this time.
Good afternoon, to the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and the 24th 24 Navajo Nation Council. I just want to, I really appreciate you, my brother, Honorable Wilson Stewart, to bring the legislations, and also your agents to the former chairman, Navajo Nation Council, Senator Denhiel. I just have a questions all the time about this NHA. I used to live in NHA way before when I returned back to reservations. I moved into NHA and I paid a lot, like $500 for a few hours
wages that I was paid a lot for me. I can't make money. I can't live on it. I don't have not enough food. That's maybe a little bit for maybe bologna and bread. But compared to think about other, respectfully to my other people that have maybe no income or low income, they pay very less, maybe $60 or $75 a month. And I don't know how they pay in no time. And I just think that how is this happening? You know, you probably don't know about this rule anyway. This is NHA policy and the rules. Maybe this is also state or federal laws or policy that they have. We can't overcome this. It's just my concern. Maybe the board member can take care of this. So this is the reason why a lot of people that work, they hardly live in this area, cost too much money to pay for it. And they always think back and say, lower income, they live better than us. They get a lot of food. I'm not criticized, but we just can't move on. People that work, it's just a concern. And our Madam Chair, Honorable Regina Charles Newton, indicate that there is a lacking housing for a Navajo Nation justice. Yes, it is true, but we should build these a house within in every district court, not just the judges, but also another problem we have is prosecutor also the same way. These are the reasons why there's some cases are been dismissed. Now, I'd like to make it very short. Yeah, I don't think I was led on the sheet. Oh, but not that's kid all this. Mr. Stewart, buddy, my friend, my good buddy, Mr. Honorable Jonathan Hill, to lead the yeah, once away, any questions and all this. Your response, maybe you don't know, but we'll just leave it up to the NHA board members. I support this legislation 100%. We just vote on it too. Thank you. Yeah. Wonderful. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hill here. We go ahead and go back to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours at this time for response.
Agushin Silla, Chairman, around the colleagues of Naabik'íyáti. I enjoyed the conversation regarding this legislation. I want to make that known right now and to support as well for legislation. In each of our communities with housing on with schools, with all the first responders that we need, including the clinics and the hospitals. We all have that need because our Navajo Nation is growing faster than we can keep up with. The basic utilities, infrastructures, those will need to be upgraded to one time or another. We all have those discussions as well, individually or within our committees or with different colleagues. That's one thing I want to share so far. But this legislation is going to be to provide something that which the Navajo Nation has acquired and through the NFPI site by then President Mr. Begay. And I want to say that again, that this is something that the community, the township, and the town site and the community have put forth the effort to say this is what we would like to see within our community. There's improvements that we want to have. And this committee here, the town site commission, they have given their thoughts in as well. A lot of them are not from the community. They represent various parts of the Navajo Nation, but they're willing to assist in this community grow and develop into back what it was before as well. But to answer the question, again, I want to ask Chairman Speaker Damon if we could get a response back from Department of Justice as well for that matching funds criteria that he was asking about. Again, after that response, I'll go back to Shanella Miscarnes for additional responses back to my colleagues. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there anybody on from the Department of Justice that'd like to respond?
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Kristen Lowell from the Tax and Finance Unit at the Department of Justice.
Great. Ms. Lowell?
Thank you, Speaker. In looking at the legislation as drafted, the relevant section is on page 2 of the legislation, lines 14 to 17, and there's a reference to Title 12, Section 2502, and that reads that there's a preference for leveraging the fund, and that would include, say, guaranteeing loans, matching funds, or direct funding in part. But that section does also go on to say, shall be favored over direct funding in whole. So the fact that there might not be matching funding means that the council could take that into consideration in choosing to vote for this legislation, to vote up or down for it. But it wouldn't make it fail completely as a matter of law, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor.
May I also add to answer Honorable So's question about a Plan B?
Honorable Stewart.
Chairman, requested to have DOJ respond first and then back to Shanella Mascarenhas.
Department of Justice just responded.
Yeah, and then to answer the follow-up questions from the other committee members, back to Shanella Mascarenhas, Chairman.
Okay, that Mascarenhas.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable So, Honorable Freeland, and Honorable Yellowhair for your questions and your concerns and your comments regarding the project. But to answer Honorable So's question about expanding on Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation. So we are a nonprofit, but we were born out of an enterprise that was owned by the Navajo Nation. So NFPI, Navajo Forest Products Industry, was, I think, the first enterprise of the Navajo Nation when they created it in the late 1950s. And in the late 1980s, the NFPI, with the permission from the council at the time, requested to create Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation. So in essence, we're not just an average nonprofit, where we have a special relationship back to the Navajo Nation. And while we've tried to operate independently from the Navajo Nation these last 30 years, we do have that relationship back with the Navajo Nation. And I think in one of the previous meetings, I sort of likened it to, we're like a grandchild of the Navajo Nation, because the organization that created us was an enterprise of the Navajo Nation. And when NFPI went away, by that time, NTCDC, Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation, was a separate organization and legally could continue on with the operations. And so for 10 years, it continued to manage the houses and the trailer court areas of here in this community until the 2000s, early 2000s, when then President Kelsey B. Gay, he said that he wanted to make it clear who was owners of these houses that the employees were living in, the former employees at this point. And the management agreement that I mentioned before is between the Navajo Nation and Navajo Town Site Community Development. It does not give everything over to NTCDC. The Navajo Nation in that agreement retained ownership of these homes. So we don't own those homes, those old homes. They still belong to the Navajo Nation. And I cannot do anything with those homes without the Navajo Nation's approval. So in the other legislation that went through that you guys approved a couple of weeks ago, or a few weeks ago, to requesting for funds to help with the demolition and the abatement of those old homes, I have to ask permission from the Navajo Nation to do that. I can't just tear down these homes and I can't just rebuild them like I want because they still belong to the Navajo Nation. So at that time, the Navajo Nation said, we just want you guys to manage these houses for us, which we've been doing for the last 22 years now. And in that time, I believe there's only been one rent increase. So the rents that we charge currently are really, really low, but we continue to make do with it. And as I've mentioned before, we have an operating budget of about $500,000 each year. We make just as much in revenue. So we truly are a nonprofit. And even if we got profits, if we did, we would invest it back into the organization. No one here is getting rich. Certainly I'm not getting rich. The board is not getting rich off of the operations that we have. All of us, I think, are very much vested in wanting to see this community grow and thrive and prosper. And Honorable Freeland is completely correct that this community of Navajo was very prosperous for many years. And you know, and it's sad. I grew up in this community. My family has been here for many generations. And so we saw the plant, the mill itself get created, and we saw it be in operation for many years. And then sadly, we had to see it slowly deteriorate over the last 25 years. So we want to see this community return to that. You know, and I know like the swimming pool at the recreation center was the only swimming pool in a 50-mile radius. I used to go over there every summer. It used to cost us only $0.25 to go swimming. And we used to spend almost every day at the swimming pool in the summertime. So I remember what this community used to be like. And so that's why I've made it my current life's work to see my community improve. But the difference too now is that we're trying to diversify in terms of what this community could be. So we're looking at tourism as a potential way to attract economic development to our community. I'm still working on getting some funds to help us do a comprehensive economic development strategy, a mini one just for our community that looks at how we might pull some of the tourism market away from Window Rock or from Chinle or even from Shiprock to this community. We've had strategic planning sessions. I participated in them, in which folks here have said, you know, the town of Navajo could be the gateway to the Navajo Nation's parks and recreations. You know, so these are some of the things we're thinking about. The old mill site too is an asset. We're working with Navajo EPA to look at how we can finish the assessments and look at remediation of the site and put it back into beneficial use. In fact, the community got a $120,000 environmental justice grant, in which we'll be using some of the funds to develop, to work on a redevelopment plan for the site, to say, and to show you guys there at the Navajo Nation, to show US EPA and other potential funders. This is what we want as a community. This kind of industry is what we're looking for and would be appropriate for the site. So we have the NFPI site, we have tourism, and the other one feeds into the history here at Navajo, in that Navajo has been a long time farming community. The dam was rehabbed a couple of years ago for Red Lake, and the irrigation canal, we're looking for funds to upgrade the irrigation canal system so we can get back, help those families get back to farming again. And so we're doing a bunch of different things, sort of looking at diversifying our community. And one of the other thoughts too is, could we be a potential community for a satellite campus for either Diné College or Navajo Technical University, with Navajo Technical University really looking at the tourism aspect of, could we have their hospitality in marketing and tourism programs here in the community, and we learn how to manage hotels or resorts or restaurants, or create interesting foods and build that out here at the community. And then one of the other projects that I have, in addition to this multi family mixed income complex, is looking at other parts of our community along Route 12 to potentially do mixed use, where we integrate residential with commercial, retail, light industrial, light agriculture. So something around like greenhouses and growing foods here in the community on a sort of a mass scale. There's opportunities to do that. So drawing the tourism industry here with galleries and food places and things like that. So we're trying to lay the foundation for that project as well. That's something that we have in the long run that we're thinking about. But currently we are, as a community, Red Lake chapter is working on the upgrade of the existing utility system. We do know that it is 70 years old. Some parts of the system are still made with cast iron for the water system, clay, I think, for the wastewater system. The sewer lagoons now are total retention lagoons. Before they were discharging, they're meant for municipal. And so like we're looking at all of these things. We're looking at the infrastructure. We're looking at the availability of water and what kind of demand the various industries might have on our water systems here. We, in the process of upgrading the streets here in the community, we've got a project, and we're in final design for one of our streets, and then entering into final design for 2 more streets, looking at $4 million to do construction for that. A number of different things that we're doing to try and ensure that there is success for our little community. We're not just sitting on our hands waiting for the Navajo Nation to save us, but asking for a helping hand. We're trying to do as much as we can on our own. I hope that you guys can see that, by trying to access funds through either the state of New Mexico or through the federal government through US EPA, or even some smaller private foundational grants that might be out there that we're seeking help and support from. And then as far as the Plan B for the matching fund, I have several. I've asked to have our project included into NHA's Indian housing plan that they're going to be submitting, I believe, next month. So there's potentially actually accessing NAHASDA monies, not ARPA monies. The other one is I'm actively working to see if we can get some gap funding to help with some of the smaller work that the project needs, which is like a site investigation, utilities investigation, developing a master plan, and like what do we really need to do, and kind of hone in on the amount that the project would really cost. The other one is if you could see my screen before, it was actually, we could do 15 units, 20 units, or 25 units. And so if we only got the $4 million, that would be enough to build 15 units. So if it came to that, that might be what we would resort to. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Chairman. Please, sir.
That, colleagues, is there any more comments or questions on legislation 0067-22?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for that long explanation of funding. I don't know if the question was answered regarding the ARPA funds, and I think that is a very important question. And I know that DOJ, has chimed in on providing their opinion as to, whether a legislation, fails or proceeds to go forward. This legislation does go forward to council, but in the event that this project doesn't get funding from ARPA, what I want to know from DOJ and Office of Legislative Counsel is the funding that, so if this legislation gets passed the way that it is with the citizen funds, and ARPA money is not given to this project, then I guess, then what? Does council, is there a timeline of when there would be an expectation to get those additional funds that are currently being counted with the ARPA legislation? I think that the concern brought forward by Vice Chair Otto So is valid, in the sense that I think a majority of delegates are really in favor of the amendment that has been brought forth by Delegate Slater, which means that a lot of the projects that are currently on the economic development, proposal are on the chopping block right now. And so I think it begs the question of, if ARPA is not going to be given, where are you guys going to go to get the additional funds that are needed? That's number one. As far as the market value rental, thank you for sharing that information with us in terms of what we're seeing with cost. But what I guess is still really concerning is how many people currently, and I didn't see this in your legislation, but how many currently are looking for housing? And, have you provided a survey to Navajo Nation employees, since that's who the focus is, with whether they would be interested in renting apartments for over $1,000 for a 3-bedroom? Because although we didn't get really kind of an exact amount, and I know everything is based on rental value right now, or the value currently, but with 645 1-bedroom, 966 3-bedroom as one, I believe that was in the Gallup area, Shiprock area, $695 for 1-bedroom, and then over $1,000 for a 3-bedroom apartment. How many people are willing to pay that amount? Especially, as I stated already, a majority of our Navajo Nation employees, we're not making what you would see off the Navajo Nation. And so I think that is one thing that is kind of difficult for some people to see, is that if you're working for the Navajo Nation and you're making, I don't know, $12 an hour, the market value takes into consideration what the COLA or the cost of living is in that area. So if you are making $15 an hour as a Navajo Nation employee and you live off the Navajo Nation, they're looking at the COLA for the area that you're currently living in, which might be Farmington or Gallup, which means that they would assume that you're probably making $22, $23 an hour when you're only making 15. And I think one of the big things that we often hear is that the cost of living is sky high, especially when our Navajo Nation employees are barely making pennies on the dollar. So how do we figure out a way so that the apartment complexes go for a lot cheaper than what you're proposing for the fair market value? Because if you're looking at the fair market value, then you have to be fair and say that Navajo Nation employees will have to be making the fair market value of their positions off the Navajo Nation. And keeping in mind that we still have employees that are making $9 an hour. I don't think an employee making $9 an hour is going to be able to afford a 3-bedroom house over $1,000. So I am having some difficulty with this legislation, especially since ARPA funds have not been approved and it's already been counted towards this project. And then when we're looking at fair market value of rental, how do we make that argument when we're not even making fair market value when it comes to compensating our employees? We also have to take into consideration, as was stated, traveling 50 miles, more than 50 miles to get to work. I traveled 210 miles, 5 days a week for 2 years. And so I know that, that if there were apartment complexes offered there in Crown Point, I might have taken it. And I say that because I was offered NHA housing, but I was going to be paying $1,600 a month for rent on an NHA house. And that was something that I just couldn't do, $1,600 a month because of how much I was making as a prosecutor there in Crown Point. So these are things that we have to take into consideration. And I think that right now, it is a good idea that we do provide some housing opportunities, especially for our professionals. But I think that for this amount, we should just be giving out home site lease for free to bring home our professionals so that they can build a home and make those home site lease readily available so that we can also start working on scattered houses. For $4,100,000 from Citizen funds, that's a lot of money for apartment complexes. When we know that, again, our Navajo Nation employees probably are not going to be able to afford that. If we were to take that $4 million and start clearing out land and making home site lease available for professionals, I can almost see, people building homes or, bringing in modular homes that would help them in establishing a place to live here on the nation. And then also, in the event that they do decide to leave the nation, a place that they can rent out to interested renters. So I guess when we're talking about professionals and what their needs are, as a professional coming back to the Navajo Nation, I would have rather a home site lease that was available for me than an apartment complex that I would only be renting for over $1,000. So that's where I stand with this legislation. And I think at this point, because ARPA funds haven't been established, because we still don't know like where those funds are actually going to be going. You guys are a nonprofit, so we're kind of giving you guys seed money to start off, but there's been no mention of how any funds would be coming back into Sihisin or how they would be coming back into our coffers. And I think that that's one thing that I know a lot of delegates have been asking questions with when it comes to Sihisin projects is, how much of those funds are going to be given back to the nation. And I do recall one delegate making that comment that we're not in the business of providing seed money to small businesses. And so I'm only, kind of reiterating what was said about previous legislations. But again, when we're talking about renting, that's a lot of money for renting. And the way that I look at renting is you're just throwing away money because that home is never going to be yours. And if these apartment complexes are being offered for a short period of time, then you're only catering to a small group of individuals. Whereas I think on the Navajo Nation, the goal and the dream is to build and own your own home, to build land, to build a home, like a home site, or, to build a place where you can come home. And so it is quite difficult to make the argument that, this apartment complex is needed for our professionals, when I think that it would be a lot cheaper if we just went with clearing out land and providing home site lease to professionals who want to come home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charleston, for those comments. Colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Okay.
Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours, and then I'll go back to Honorable Stewart.
I order Australian Jordan. I the hard on me. Nani did he had all this. He called about it in regards to, I reckon, renting an apartment. I feel that, I guess, like my daughter said, when you do, you just throw the money that way and you go home with a little bit of a few cents in your pocket to your family. But they need off the reservation, the one that are in the apartments. And I guess we can see that already how it's affecting them over there. So some of them try to get them go into mortgage instead to they need the one that they can own, after all that money, something that they can own. They're already competing outside with the outside world. So that's how our nation is. So they are buying houses, not going into more renting no more. It takes your money away. Like if you're gonna the rents over there are really costly. If you're gonna be getting paid maybe at least about close to 2,000 or maybe close to 3,000, most of it goes into the apartment, and then you'll never see that again no more. But you get at the same token, that's the reason why I guess our people over here in Chinle at the hospital, they took that land out on a part of the hospital land, and they're building houses over there. So these Dutchess from somewhere else can own a house instead of just living in a house that they will never own, and then they go off again. These Dutchess don't stay around that long, or nurses. So a lot of our outside workers, Anglos or etc., they come here, but they can't really own anything. All these times they're working here, so some of them just go back where they came from. So 8 hours because I really, yeah, it's really good to have an apartment for the people that is going to be getting the money for every month's rent. That's really good. I would like to own an apartment here down in Chinle and start something like that. I'll be really collecting a lot of money from all the people that are from other chapters that are working here. Oh, because these are it, and then the corner apartment. I don't know how much they're paying for the NHA. I guess I reckon it depends on how much money they're making. But I can't on the side all this and how houses go. The next door vacant that you lie they make an agreement that way. That's why we had a lot of agreement between the people and the workers here, because they're all from outside. So the people that are living here with trailers, Station known so the ones that treaty said to come back to this land and make a living out of it. What does that mean? It is the dollar that okay you can Yahoo are the credit in that the up okay the hot energy. None of these business people. We would draw maybe 40 or 50 or maybe 80 acres for this one person that's and a Navajo businessman, and then they invite other business to come on that one. Then they lease it out to them. They're the one that's making the money, not the people that were living there, that were born there, that were played there. So does not the base of that then on the house country now. But how this the Navajo Nation is. We're giving land to our Navajo Nation business people. They withdrew land, and then they invite other people to put their business on. Then they make money with leases. But based on this, on ya can say, can't lend that next car. I want to own a house, can't and the base of that then. But instead of telling them, no, listen, help you make a business here. I can't and get down. I can't. I need credit and level and use what all this. We teach you how to run and how to do this. So it needed from the economic development down. But on the next you can't have cotton essence. There's no more sheep, there's no cattle for you no more. But you can still make a living out of it. You can put a business here or maybe a hotel here. But I will go that. But I hate that. Over Kita's card or how to see the Hanessa. Side on the about it on the Tabakan or that in dark. So those are some of the issues that we have on the reservation. We don't really think about the people that are living on the people to make a living, to sustain themselves. We just take the land from them. But I don't think it has on the reservation. So it all about it was Mr. Onsen. I talked to Willie about this. I call it out, but I'm the Netherlands. I to be business people and to learn them how to do it. The snowbird has seen. I don't know that other than it is but this apartment it's good for people that's going to start it, that's going to collect money. That's really good for them. But in the long run, it's not good for the people that's going to be paying for that and also working there working somewhere where they can get this apartment and live there. I don't know for how long they will be living there, but it's mainly it's just for the one that's going to be getting the money every month. It is about because you get pesos and data does not know each other. About the data. Now it seems it's a land, but it has to go to the house. But I guess that's why they have realties on off the reservation, where these big people they buy a big chunk of land, over 1,000 acres, and then they put apartments on there and then big houses out there, and people buy it and mortgage it. And but on the reservation we don't have that. So I can't and even make it worse. The land is not ours no more. It belongs to the Navajo Nation government because of lease and permits. They don't allow people to own the land on the Navajo Nation because it's their permit and lease. You got nothing but it. Only if you have a permit or lease, you're allowed on the Navajo Nation. Seems like that's how it is now. Our own government is taking the land away from the people where they live, where they grew up. You got fish and wildlife, forestry, that horse and recreation. They don't own the land no more. That's how I see it. I'm sorry to say that, but the government is like that. Our own government taking the land away from them. So this compound, and it's really, I guess, it's the call of the council that how they're going to vote. I have to really think about this one here. Thank you, Speaker. Should say, all the time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So let me turn the floor back to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours for a response.
A question, Select Chairman, Aaron Dakoro, colleagues, and Glenegi for 24th Nomination Council. Naabik'íyáti, Korogi, Ayana, Ben Nados Kidagito, Ben Hitis Asto, Dobo Halate Ocean Bansanata, Kishin, Nana Kunde. Kunza Holshaw Aya, Kwagi Aya, Shetzilanigi, Chairman, Hale again, quite Bandadesh also less dog, Kwagi A Hashin so A and he caught all so less, not Benich Hard or Zihigi, of course, Shetzilla, Chairman, Hale.
Yati Shinaido here, though Shinada. Ado Quaggy Nados Kidigi do Banso Kesigate, though it is Anegate, Shana Osa. So, Choti Quack has Anegi do Pesabrina, Etos me had Nenegi Banat, Anegi. Hesi in the Nigi Nalsos nail, so Zigi Baat, Apepetatit, Isha. Accord, Davonation employees, IHS Gallup McKinley County School, 38 Telecommu Medical Center, even employees that work for Wells Fargo, whomever, it's not like NXA where it's capped off. You have to make this much money. If you make more, they'll not hold it. This is just open to anybody. I mean, anybody, even somebody that was working at Church's Chicken or McDonald's, the need for housing, it's needed. I remember Navajo employee housing, there's a waiting list. There is a waiting list of tribal employees wanting to get a home to live here. You have people that commute every day. Nado, cornfields, Greasewood, Delcon, up this way, Luke Achikai, Round Rock, Red Mesa, coming to Winter Rock, and then New Mexico side. They want a place just to work from. I know a lot of key people and programs in the Navajo Nation government. They're trying to get homes here. People that are essential, like OMB employees or DOJ employees. They drive from Gallup. There's housing. There's apartments. They're not seeking to live in those apartments forever. So this is just an opportunity, an alternative for those families to get their foot level ground situated so that they can move forward and to build that repertoire with their employers to where they're put in so many years and then they go back. So I know of even some delegates that have moved from their homesteads and that live here in Fort Defiance, St. Michael's, Winter Rock areas. They live here. That's how they live. But their idea is not to live here forever. They have homes out there. But that's why they're here. So Monday through Friday, they stay around. Weekends, they go back. Ado sat adinada is old cats hoslago. I came back. Sabanash Misigi le the Bagan, close to Tuba City, Coal Mine Canyon, the Kehit. But he comes out here weekdays. He lives out here, and then he works. Out of the weekends, one has ago and nata. So the need is great. Yeah, employee housing has all that data. Health, Education, and Human Service Committee, their oversight for that program. Lindsay Mescal is a program manager over there. We told him to give a proposal too. But of course, it has to clear the division director, it has to clear OPVP first before it's brought over to legislative. So they withdrew land right there by NXA on top of that hill. So Aja apartment complex and those ask for tribal employees who don't need it. So going forward, it's that need. I know some of those tribal employees. One time I was a member of Navajo Nation Employee Housing Review Board. That board, there's some tribal employees that have lived in those tribal units for over 30 years, 35 years. So as far as I know, those people are still employed. So at the they get monthly facility checks, NXA to make sure their homes, their apartments are okay, that they're not bringing in dogs and they're not hoarding anything. Because of course they have to keep in compliance with health codes. So but the need is great. So again, there's an opportunity. Home site lease what and I remember being a representative of St. Michael's chapter. I just naked at any did not okay that ego could not kato what one day left that but I had to skin what sudden that got those that old less what I has anegi what out of that naked at any he and Hashin Holon, it's okay, another cat a hollow has ago but I need but the dot asigi a large and sack casigi that what of a big ear that just so I knew what on has so I do quite I has to legi the neck Kenyani Ado what barriers even with this airport, you can't really build around the airport. You have to have a clearance when the plane leaves and when it lands. So you got to have a distance, federal highways, the air aviation. Those presentations were made at St. Michael's chapter. So la nansen the one bada do nifigi. But the price of materials, plywood and I guess the Atlanta's links and bed or nifigi. I look at this stingy la nasa the hot nif or that I don't see. So I got a peso yet I had the yacht all put. So obik that here. I think I didn't hit a date. I don't got policies, none, I don't baby that here. Ishi, Ishin Hanasla, our policies amended that shit. Although that's a nation you have to get the approval of the executive branch before you can make any changes to any plans of operations or any scope of works. Although a program they have to go through the division directors and president's office. Sometimes those would never come. So the term ends. You never get it. So legislative council will not draft legislations until there's an agreement or an acknowledgement by the executive branch to go ahead and change the plan of operation. Otherwise, it's always acknowledged as an unfunded mandate. So budget in the annual budget process. So quite again but again go back to those policies and make those changes and drop legislation. You know, so let's bring out all this data, this information. Auto audit, though, performance audits, financial audit, you know, these are the barriers, you know. So those are the tools you utilize as a legislature to make these amendments, these changes. Transparency. So but see the chaos has anegi I don't bust out edo eto niche so tick other scene other di quacky big and alienegi, you know, you can make those amendments and put it into a legislation. Department of Justice so there's always that issue of micromanagement. Although the entity, as far as I know, being once a delegate, the entity does not get money. Bank account being data. Navajo Nation invoices, other they paid out. So that entities. So because things didn't happen, the closeouts didn't happen, monthly reporting didn't happen. So those are needed for audit purposes for the Navajo Nation government. Of course, JP Morgan Chase, you know, they do that. So that gives Navajo Nation a black eye once they don't get those material or information. So you know, these are quintessent. Now the now that so of course all the Navajo Nation's money is up there in New York invested. So the bigger picture, a permanent trust fund, you know, and so then tailor the sheet that so maybe the oncoming council, the next council, maybe the next president that you hit to us, maybe it will be a referendum. What the hot ego you know, buildings. Out of this these monies that are collected from their payments, they go back into repairs and maintenance for the facility. And like I said, the supplies. So you know, the price of fuel for shipping costs. So another those board members even that, you know, even that, and then that the way it was approved by then that council, you know, there's always going back to that resolution. And if it's needed, I guess you could want to rescind it too, or acknowledgement to take it to change that resolution to make an amendment, maybe even bring in TCDC under the Navajo Nation. You know, you know, TDHE, you know, Inspector General's report to the Navajo Nation government on their findings, you know, and at one time, you know, it was never dealt and considered at council. So, but it sure riled up a lot of feathers, you know, because the need is housing. You know, so Navajo Nation government. So you peso and it's that designation, that TDHE, because you're going to ruffle a lot of feathers. The board versus certain members of council, but legislative council, so you know, it's history, I guess. But I guess every other entity going forward, there's always challenges. So that's what this is. It's a challenge. This is one recommendation. It's not a recommendation for all. There's other communities that need it. As we go forward, we're growing. Families grow, and the money or the need for employment, those are number one issues. As around Window Rock, there's always used to have those signs. Not just talk. We need jobs. No, so for the longest time, I never seen nobody vandalize those signs. Yeah.
Thank you very much, former Chairman Dale, and your response. Honorable Stewart, does that complete your response at this time for the overall implement or questions and comments that your colleagues had regarding your legislation 0067-22?
Yes, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor, colleagues. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any other further comments or questions on old business legislation 0067-22? Chairman Daniel Chairman, I can hear you on the floor, but I can't hear you on your phone. Chairman, I can hear you on the floor, but not on your phone.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you, Cecilia. I appreciate the time. I have a question to Legislative Council. Legislative Council, is it appropriate to request the financial statements from this nonprofit as a way to, I guess, my concern is on the ability of the nonprofit to carry out the intended uses of this appropriation. And for me, a way to gauge that ability is by looking at their financial statements. And so that's, I need to, what are the assets held? And what are the expenditures? What are the revenues? We realize that it all has to equate to zero on a yearly basis. And so we're going to be investing a lot of money into this project. And I'd like to, in the way it's being presented, it's a former tribal enterprise that became an economic development entity, and now they're handing this to a nonprofit. And so in that aspect, I would ask Legislative Council the appropriateness of requesting for the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, before I turn the floor back over to Honorable Stewart and Office of Legislative Council? Going twice. There's not. Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Stewart, and then if a response, if any, then to Office Legislative Council.
A question, Chairman. Shitsila, Aro Kodoshin, Shanala, Benigi, Ayota Shitsila, Hadigation, Ayota Asa, that's a response to Shanar's questions as well. Shanala Mascarnas.
Thank you, Shanala. Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for your question. Yeah, providing our financials shouldn't be a problem. It's something that we do provide when we apply for grant funding, or if we applied for a loan. We can do that. And then if I can also respond to Delegate Charles Newton's comments. When I originally answered your question, and I was giving you the fair market rents for McKinley County, San Juan County, and Apache County, I had also said that we were estimating that rents would be about $150 lower than those fair market rents, because this is Navajo, New Mexico. And we don't have the same amenities that are available, whether it be Farmington, Gallup, or St. John's in Apache County. Certainly, I think if your experience has been ask NHA or whomever asking for rents more than $1,000, there's a formula that is utilized to calculate rents for anyone who is over income, who has higher incomes for Nahasda housing, and it's directly correlated to whatever your household income is. So, for example, say if you made $80,000 a year and your spouse brought in another $60,000, right? That your income is like $140,000 a year, and then so it's the formula. You put that number into the formula, the number of people in the household, and that's how they calculate the rents. And so if you were just utilizing a space for just you, then it would just be one person per household. Certainly, I think like we're not projecting to make our tenants suffer in giving up a huge sum of their salaries toward rents. The point is to offer housing and housing options to our community. What we're recognizing is that with any new housing that is coming up across the reservation, they're for low-income families primarily. We're not supporting an entire subset of our population. So as you said, middle income families, higher income families. So how do we support them? You know, some of them are actually really quite young, right? They're recent graduates. They may be PhDs. They want to live and work here on the reservation, but there aren't housing options for them. In fact, one of them said to me recently, I don't want a house. I don't garden. I don't have a need for a house. Are there options for apartments in communities that I want to live in? You know, so we're just providing an option for a range of families on the nation. You know, not everyone is a low-income family with 5 children. You know, some of them are just single people who leave the reservation, get an education, they want to come back and help their people, but we don't have housing options for them, right? And so I'm asking you all, the Navajo Nation, to help us help the people who help the people who need help. Right? If we don't provide a way for those folks who can help those in need, then we'll just have the folks here who are just in need. We're making it very difficult for folks to come back to the nation, and I'm just offering one potential solution to that. Right? 25 units is not very much, right? It's not gonna make a major impact in the overall housing need of 34,000 houses, right? But for our little community, it could make a real impact. Potentially for Defiance or in Window Rock. There's a survey recently that said 80% of the folks who in our community have jobs, they commute. Remember I said like a lot of them commute more than 50 miles. So, we're trying to think about all of the things and helping our people. And we do. We have a wait list, just like NHA. There are people looking for houses all the time. And then as far as matching funds, I believe I also answered that. If we're not eligible for the ARPA funding, I've also requested to have our project included on NHA's Indian Housing Plan. And also, if that doesn't pan out, I'm also actively looking for other potential funding to support our project. And if all of that doesn't pan out, the other option is to reduce the number of apartments that we offer down to 15, which would be about $4 million. So we're trying to look at the different options that we have to make this project real. So that's it. Thank you.
Shazilla Chairman Hale, would you like to say anything?
Oh, Chairman, or Honorable Stewart, can you hear me?
Yes, Chairman, can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chairman, Honorable Stewart, there's.
Recording in progress.
Okay, now just fix yourself. We're having technical difficulties.
Oh, okay.
All right, with that. Oh shoot! Now can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Okay, I lost you. I just heard now with that.
You, I think Ms. Garnez, Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your response at this time?
I believe so, Chairman. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Are there any other further comments or questions? We're on the main motion on legislation 0067-22. This legislation is destined for council, colleagues. Going twice.
Chairman David, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Again, Chairman David, thank you. Navajo members.
Vice Chair Smith, Vice Chair Smith, we can barely hear you.
Okay, hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members. I've been listening diligently. Those are sure are listening online too. Quite interesting dialogue. My question is, it sounds like it's an entrepreneur, and the entrepreneur is wanting to step outside the realm of having the ability to provide livable apartments for folks that need residents for their purposes of working in the Navajo Nation or around the areas that was provided by one of our late, not late, but what was talked about lately on behalf of the homes that are really needed out in the Navajo Nation. My question is, entrepreneurs like this is something that really is, how do you put it? We should encourage them and help them to get these things underway, because we need houses out throughout the Navajo Nation, and if this is one step towards being an entrepreneur and having houses put out there, apartments, and folks coming in to rent, there's a lot of folks that, like was earlier said, that they can't afford a home, so they'll be willing to rent for a time being if the price is right. And I was down in the valley here, and I see a lot of signs out there saying apartments for rent, and first month utilities will be paid, or some kind of incentive to get folks to come in and move in. My question is there going to be that cost for the folks that will be renting these places? Is that utilities paid for them, or is that a separate cost on that? And also, how long will this take if this does pass and the funds do get appropriated or allocated, however you want to say it? Will it be completed within said time of 1-2 years down the road, or is it ready to be produced out there? The other question is, we had a big project that was going to be put out here called the Bluestone, and that just fell through the cracks. And then, like I said, on behalf of the NHA's endeavors to put apartments over by the post office in Winter Rock, they cleared the land and they had groundbreaking, and nothing transpired from that. And there's entrepreneurs that are really pushing this and really want to get this going. I support that. That's something that we should help them to move forward. My other question too is, helping out the entrepreneurs. Is there a way that some of these proceeds can come back to the Navajo Nation and on behalf of that citizen dollars being used? I know that citizen dollars is the funding that the Navajo Nation has, and language was changed to help infrastructure, things out there, even creating businesses like C-stores and things like that. Those are my questions. I appreciate this, Honorable Wilson Stewart, for helping out your community, Navajo. I did hear that Navajo was once a thriving community, and I remember the swimming pool, and I remember being over there enjoying that swimming pool. The other question I have too is, do folks really want to? I'm looking to the fact that there was talk about reopening that market, and that market is needed. If we put a housing in there, that market will open, and folks need a place to shop, and that would be something for the gateway of the Navajo Nation's parks and recs, because folks need to get things for fishing, for hunting. That's a good a place to stop and get your supplies. So those are my questions, Chairman Damon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? There's none. Let me go back to you, Honorable Stewart, for response.
Good evening, Chairman. Damon Otto Kodogi is our colleagues Nana Yat A Otto Kodos Shatla Ash. Mr. Smith, Vice Chair Smith Kodo, Behinzi do Bonson Kesit Al Kodo, Aya Hashin, so Aya Sad Lenigi Bench Hada de Zitole Ko Kwagi Aya during the time that we were there at Navajo. Shadin Aj saw during the pre-opening of the grocery store, the Nana. Okay, so paper peso, so honest not so lean. Okay, a tip of Aroti Hawaniki, Kindan Linigi entrepreneurship and Linigi this organization, NTCDC, and short-term acronym. Kodo area, those different departments, divisions of Linigi got so used to using acronyms. This NTCDC was born out of the former NFPI National Forestry Product. At the time, they continued to be there in partnership with Navajo Nation. This area still is a part of Navajo Nation government as an enterprise, but it could be considered as an enterprise too as well. Mr. Hale, to answer the other areas of the questions, the concerns that were added to. Chairman. Amen.
Thank you. Scarnez.
Oh, she had none tonight. Oh, it's not. So she got. Okay, not this kid. Honorable Smith. I see better with, and like I said, if you need something to approve this legislation, make a motion, make a second, vote on it. These are some of the requirements we're going to attach to this legislation moving forward of what needs to be attached to request of NTCDC. It's not, and like every other entity, you always ask of your financials. We did that. We did that with other entities. We're going to give them money. We even asked DOJ to do due diligence. So here's the information that was requested. Because everybody's going to get that. DOJ is going to get it. OOC is going to get. All delegates are going to get it. That's your information of how you're going to make your decision. So you do good, like people say, the people's money. So this is just an opportunity, a proposal. So if I were me on that side, I just give an opportunity. And like I said, money doesn't go to them. It stays with the Navajo Nation. All they do is provide invoices, So, although they have to work with the Navajo Nation on how they're going to expend it. This is like an expenditure plan. So you just don't go on a spending spree,
we're just going to hire this contractor and we're just going to go with it. No, there's certain requirements what OOC wants to see, how these monies are expended. So as it was said, this entity was born out of the Navajo Nation government, by the office president, vice president. And the NFPI went down. So you could treat it as such. So you can always have information. You can always get updates. Whoever the oversight is, for housing, RDC, maybe they could get updates. Written reports on the processes and the expenditures, and then they get reports too from OOC. How are these funded entities? How are they doing? All these ones that we appropriated funds to. You get those in reports. Office of Contracts and Grants get those reports. So here's your money and go ahead, do what you must. So no, the Navajo Nation is going to be watching on how this money is used, how the processes go, how the solicitations for contractors are. All those environmental clearances, they have to be looked at. Other construction entities, although there's no housing codes, building codes on the Navajo Nation, we're just adopting the federal as it's known that way. There's no legislation that says we're adopting federal codes as well. But those are written into contractual agreements on RFPs. So if the entity protects itself, so the entity that's selected would have to have, of course, their documentation, their insurances, just like risk management, asking of entities to have coverage, 2 million on up. Same request on this side. You're gonna have to have insurance coverages. We don't want an on-sat situation where we pay an entity and then they run off with the money and we never see them again. This one is probably going to be watched by OOC and everybody on that side. The oversight committee on housing. So thank you.
Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? Going twice.
Chairman Davis, sure.
Mr. Smith.
Well, thank you again, Chairman Damon. Thank you for the answer on behalf of that. My question to Asa. Once these are built, houses with all the need Adonana Kato Eha or one Aliado when the Eha apartments that they is there any chance of them having rent to own? You go to the main cities and they have those townhouses. They have them for sale. The other question too, Chairman Damon, is we live on trust land. And when we live on trust land, we can't sell our property. How can we amend it? How can we change that to, I don't know if legislative council is listening in. How can we do that so if a homeowner wants to sell a property to somebody else, or buy property from somebody else? There's restrictions on that. The other question too is how building code building code get even veterans for one that's the on your building code people that come on contractors that say we can build any way we want to. There's no guidelines on it. And I need with that. So those are my questions, Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Honorable Stewart, let me go back to you.
Gushin Sicily Chairman, Auto Kodoshin, Nulla and Deniki, Mascarne, Shin Kwagi, answer either lead. Shintla ask question again as far as ownership versus rental. Kwagi, Shinala, Mascarnes.
Thank you, Nana. Yes, to answer your question, Honorable Smith, in terms of the timeline, if the nation were to approve for funding this project, and like Delegate Hale said that, you know, the funding would stay with the nation. And so I would assume that the timeline is dependent on the Navajo Nation. But it's my preference, if we could, to build anywhere within 18 to 24 months for the project and start renting out homes after that. In terms of lease to own, we do have a lease to own program with our home buyer program, the 15 homes that I said that were built with NAHASDA monies, and 15 low-income families are in the process of buying their home. So that's not something that's out of the ordinary. We do have a program like that. However, for these apartments, we're definitely looking to keep them for rentals, because our nonprofit makes its revenue entirely from the rentals and from what the homeowners are paying on their units. So once the home buyers are done paying off their house, that's no longer a revenue stream for us. So some of them are midway in the process of buying their house. So another 10 to 12 years, we will have that revenue stream not coming into NTCDC. So, but again, in the long run, we're also laying the foundations for some of these other housing projects that we want to do in the community. Because yes, I agree with you that home ownership is something that I always get asked about whenever I go to the chapter meetings or talk to people here in the community. People want to be homeowners, but I also feel like people don't really understand the responsibility and the weight of being a homeowner in purchasing a home. So the folks who are in the process of purchasing a home now, they're housing, we sold them anywhere from 150 to 220,000, depending on the number of bedrooms. Sometimes they struggle with those house payments, right? And then the idea of committing to something for 25 years, I mean, even now, like I can't even really imagine where I'll be in 25 years. But I recognize that I have an income now that would set me up to buy a home now, but I don't know necessarily in 25 years if I would still be in the same position, right, to continue buying a home. So there's a lot of things to really think about. I think folks say home ownership and not really thinking about the weight of the sincerity of being a homeowner. Because I'm a homeowner now, right? And so I spend a lot of my income maintaining my home. Today, I paid a few $100s just to have the ducts in my house clean and my furnace cleaned, right? And then I spent $10,000 a couple months ago just to reshingle my house. These are real costs that folks need to think about with home ownership. You know, sometimes we don't maintain these homes properly. So you spend $200,000, but you don't maintain it. And then you have leaks and, you know, you need roof repairs. And then all of a sudden they're asking somebody for some money to help them again. So there's a lot of stuff, I think, as a society here on the nation that we need to learn about being proper homeowners. So that's a long explanation for home ownership, but it is something that is in our plans for the future, but not on this particular project. Thank you.
That Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Chairman, it does.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. I'm going back to the floor at this time. It's 4 o'clock on the dot. We are on legislation 0067-22. Is there any other further comments or questions before we go to the board on the main motion? Again, the colleagues, this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council.
Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you. I did ask a question. I was hoping maybe the sponsor of this legislation would allow the Legislative Council to speak on behalf of the avenue of approaching how we could become and sell our property if we need to. On behalf of that, how do we address that? Is that through our own legislation, or is it through the federal government, or what's the avenue that we need to take on that? And also, how do we address the non-building code? We don't even have a building code. We just always say we just follow this reg, we follow that reg. And that's why we ended up in the trouble with the houses that were built prior, and also veterans houses and things of that nature. Those are my questions, Chairman Damon. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you very much for that. Let me go back to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, and then if there's anybody from DOJ or Office of Legislative Services or Legislative Council that would like to add in, go ahead. But Honorable Stewart, floor is yours at this time.
Okay, to the Chairman. I will go ahead and turn the floor over back to Ms. Kristen Lowell, DOJ, to answer the questions just like Ash had, as well as his concerns regarding the building code and then the trust land issues as well. Chairman.
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell. Did you want me to respond?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Regard to the building code, the easiest way to approach that would be for the Navajo Nation to enact its own building code. And I believe Vice Chair Smith and Delegate Hale were co-sponsors several years ago on such legislation. And then the other issue about owning property, that's a complex question. It would require federal legislation, and I don't have all the details on that since land issues are outside my area.
Ms. Lowell?
Sorry, somebody muted me, unless I muted myself. Okay, what's the last thing you heard?
Federal regulations, yeah.
Okay, so the Vice Chair's other question about owning property on the reservation, yeah, that's going to require federal legislation, and I do not have all the details on that. However, I could respond separately to Vice Chair Smith if that's okay. Land issues are not in my immediate area, so I'll need to consult someone to find out more details. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, go back to Honorable Stewart to conclude your response at this time.
Yes, Shatila Chairman. Other than to say that the only thing that we can sell is just the homes or the structure on the land. We cannot sell the land. There are several issues that have not issues, but there were a discussion that we had earlier this morning. I had with RDBO, 40 Defense RDBO, regarding some structures in the 4 chapters I represent. So again, it was stated, like you said, the land we cannot sell, but the structures on top, those can be sold. And that's what's going on with a lot of the structures now from the business side of it. And I know that, when we came out as 24th, that there was the request to do building codes. And that's one thing that, Chairman Hale just now mentioned to me as well. So I'd like to go in that direction too, to look those up. I know with your help that we can do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions at this time on legislation 0067-22? Going twice.
Eugenio.
Chairman Henio, floor is yours at this time.
Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The 24th Navajo Nation Council. I was listening to the whole conversation and I try not to weigh in. Just wanted to go to vote and cast my vote for this legislation, but now I'm on the air here. But to me, home ownership is one of the biggest issues that we have on the nation. And Kodo, our presenter, Ms. Gardner, is absolutely right when it comes to home ownership. There's a lot of responsibilities that come with it when it comes to actually buying a home, especially when it's off the nation. Okay, we're lucky here that we don't pay taxes. The property taxes, we don't pay that. If you're buying a house off the nation, that's one of the biggest expense that a homeowner would have is property taxes. And a lot of foreclosures happen because people just don't pay their taxes. And so, yeah, in the meantime, I'm always looking at the newspaper to see where the foreclosure is still happening. Because you can get a house for really pennies on the dollar, you could say, on a foreclosure sale that's related to tax, non-payment of taxes. Then home maintenance, so things are getting expensive now. As we speak, when they're to roof a house when it's originally made with shingles and you want to put a steel roof on there, it's going to be expensive, a big expense for home ownership. And then there's also a lot of things. So, but in the meantime, I'm just appreciative of this Navajo Townsite Corporation to look towards rental, because that's income generating for the corporation. So it'll keep maintenance employed by with the rental payments that are being made. At the same time, they'll be able to upkeep the homes and make them look good and livable. And so with that, I do support this legislation, and but at the same time, in the future, we need to really look at home ownership on the Navajo Nation and how do we address that, giving the higher income people an opportunity to move back to the Navajo Nation and buy a home. Today, with NHA's income limits, it's tough for them to do. And so
ensuring that we have the many young professionals out here that are over the income limit guidelines that HUD has. And so therefore going to an NHA homeownership program would be kind of sort of a big obstacle for them. Then again, we have that Native Partnership for Housing also. And then we also have the HUD 184 loan program where individuals can apply for home ownership loans to build their own homes and at location where they desire to do so, whether it be on the nation or it be on the fee land. So maybe I don't know about how Chairman, and I do support the legislation, and I'm ready to go vote. Canada.
Thank you. With that, any other comments or questions? Are we ready to vote, colleagues? Or twice. Or 3 times. Go to board. Amendments.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kialan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kialan Begay. Honorable Kialan Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenez Bakrati is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Odoso, how do you vote? Honorable Odoso? Honorable Odoso did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. On the main motion of legislation 0067-22, 15 in favor, 0.
Can you hear me?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, the vote changes to 16 delegates in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 16 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries on legislation 0067-22. Colleagues, this legislation again moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Smith.
Yes, my question is, thank you, Chairman Damon. My question is, when it goes to council, does it require 2/3 vote, or is it just a simple majority? Just out of knowing where this legislation is going to be at. Thank you, Chairman Damon.
Mr. Smith, as you know, all citizen legislations are 16 votes, so it's 2/3.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Colleagues, let me go ahead and move on down on our agenda. We are on item number 7, new business. Under new business, item number A, legislation 0051-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. That, I do believe this is one that was re-dropped and corrected, and should be just going to a vote. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into legislation or into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0051-22, an act relating to budget and finance and Naabik'íyáti committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $3,003,441 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Navajo Election Administration for its expenses in preparation for the 2022 Navajo Nation elections, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass without amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
And again, this legislation is one that we did pass and just needed corrections, I guess, per the president's memo. So with that, colleagues, is there any question? Oh, actually, let me get a motion. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. With that, colleagues, is there any comments or questions? Again, this legislation goes to council and then ultimately across the street to the president's desk. She indicated that he will support this time around. Any comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
Hello, good.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Yeah, it was great. Thank you.
Honorable, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark
Green.
Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Otto So votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yeller votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. 17 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. On legislation 0051-22. Again, colleagues, that legislation goes to council and then ultimately across the street to the president for the Appropriations Act. With that, moving on down, item number B. So does that change it? Colleagues, Chairman Henry text in vote on the last vote on legislation 0051-22. That legislation now changes that vote from 17 to 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Colleagues, hold on real quick. We're just getting some an update on legislation. Sir. Okay, with that, colleagues, on legislation, moving on down, item number B 003-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council and Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0003-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Nomination Council allocating $900,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Economic Development, Tourism Department for personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend they do pass with no amendments. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. There is also a committee report from the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. There is a action report from the Navajo Nation Council that on April 20th, 2022, legislation was referred back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, could I get a motion on legislation 003-22? All right, twice. Or 3 times. That, no motion. Moving on down. On to item number C, legislation 0007-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Mr. Rico, if you could read that legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0007-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $900,000 from the Navajo Nation Tourism Fund, 24 NNC, Section 741, to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department to cover the Tourism Department's personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, amending 24 NNC, Sections 741B to allow all revenue in the Tourism Fund to be used by any and all Navajo Nation programs for tourism-related purposes. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass without amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. With a recommendation, the Law and Order Committee is hereby requesting to have the Naabik'íyáti Committee conduct a work session before the Navajo Nation Council session due to many questions that were asked and some needs to be responded correctly. The Law and Order Committee did a directive to the Division of Economic Development, which is also attached. The directive, the Division of Economic Development through its Executive Director and staff shall assist in the construction and promotion of the Crown Point Hotel. The DED Director shall report in writing and verbally the efforts taken to comply with this directive to the Law and Order Committee at its first regular meeting of the month. Legislation is now at Naabik'íyáti. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much on legislation 0007-22. Colleagues, this legislation does go on to Navajo Nation Council as well. That, colleagues, is there a motion on legislation 0007-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. Moving on. Item number D on new business legislation 0258-21, sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, Mr. Rico, if you could send that, or if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0258-21, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-19-16 to transfer the responsibility and permanent trust fund interest funding for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant Project from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, allocating $11,400,000 from the Citizen Fund to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant Project and approving the NNHE's Shiprock Hotel Restaurant Project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Speaker.
Again, thank you, Mr. Rico. Colleagues, as Mr. Rico indicated on legislation 0258-21, this legislation is a CSN legislation, so this goes on to council and then ultimately to the Navajo Nation President's desk. That, colleagues, is there a motion Going twice. Going 3 times. That colleagues.
Motion.
Moving on down. Item number
Motion.
E. Chairman Daniel So, I already called it. On item number E, on new business legislation 0067-22. Sponsors by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Mr. Rico, if you could read that legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0064-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $5 million from the Citizen Fund for the Chichimito Convenience Store Fuel Station Project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee with that recommend a due pass with no amendment. Also attached is a Budget and Finance Committee report that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, on legislation 0064-22, sponsored by Honorable Brown. Colleagues, this legislation, as Mr. Rico indicated, this goes on to council, and then because it's a citizen legislation, ultimately goes to the president's desk. That, colleagues, is there a motion on legislation 0064-22? Going twice.
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. Is there a second? Going twice.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Well, Brown is your second. Take precedence. Thank you, that colleagues. Moving now on legislation 0064-22. Any comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Niven. I do have a comment
Yes, with that,
or a
Madam Chair.
question.
Yeah, let me go to Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Oh, Yate. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Let me actually. Yate. Yeah. Quegia. This legislation is for the Chichimbito community, requesting funding from the CHSN funding. And to the guidelines, we do fall into the policy. Also with the Chichimbito C-store, this we did
some changes that had
introduce.
to be made to these ones. But I didn't
So
realize.
this legislation and actually this proposal, we did submit this to the ARPA FRF funding, and we did get the denial twice. We are working closely with the Navajo Nation Economic Development Small Business Unit, Ms. Elaine Young, and we have tried different ways of submitting for funding, and also we have waited, and unfortunately we have not secured any funding. This started at 2.7 million, and now because of the inflation and so this has gone up. And also the site for this Chichimbito C store, we are it's ready. It is shovel construction ready. So the land, we do have the infrastructure. It has been ready for a number of years at this point. We have been waters there, the 3-phase power line, the sewer, and right now with the Chilchimbito community, there's no store in the community. So with the gas prices going up, everything is increasing. So our community has actually, the Chilchimbito community has not had a new building, and Chilchimbito has not received any type of funding from the Navajo Nation for a number of years. The school is really old, and I know that, and this legislation is not about the school, but I'm just wanted to put into perspective the community and the community needs. To also, when you hear from the community, being that we have right now, we are all aware that Chilchimbito was impacted by COVID. Our community was hit first and pretty hard, and to this day, when you come into our community of Chilchimbito, Shenandoah, you will hear directly from our Navajo families just the sheer amount of loss, and also some of our people are not working anymore because of some of the post symptoms after contracting COVID. Some people reported to me that they get vertigo really bad, memory loss. Some still have a loss of taste and smell, and the list goes on and on. And on top of this, our community of Chilchimbito is still doing its best to recover from COVID and other related or other traumas that have been inflicted, including public safety issues. We are trying our best to we have not activated any type of mental health services. Right now, they have to go through Kayenta. So the closest stores are in Kayenta and mini farms in Danahoto. Right now, as we're all aware, it's about close to $5 a gallon, and it takes it's more than a 30-minute drive to each of these communities. So some of our individuals in our community are living on fixed income. So dini kid hajoba huinsen do inda kodo ngedahni kretida ado and then Chilchimbito has expressed how the Chilchimbito land has been used on Peabody Black Mesa to produce coal, and Chilchimbito community believes that we know that we have contributed to the Navajo Nation's general coffers hundreds and millions of dollars. And when you look at the Permanent Trust Fund from 1985, that's how that was created. So some of our community members, our land, our coal, our fresh water were used. So kistahol jisto hasin so nahoti di de betahoye na nikitene adikedahat ini di de yoket akun daikiso danitsin akun atho and dahikaho, including the schools, their bus and their vans. They have to travel outside of Chilchimbito to get the very basic necessities. So we're still in COVID on the global pandemic. So we know that this local C-store would help. Again, we are shovel construction ready. The community leadership, that it has gone to about 4 to 5 chapter officials, and I'm the second delegate maybe the third delegate who has been pushing for this convenience store for our community in Chilchimbito. Right now, the chapter officials have been pushing this. Again, as a reminder, we did submit this to the American Rescue Plan, and we have followed the guidelines. However, we have been denied twice. So we are, as legislatures and this is what is really in line with our work in advocating for our people. Nakita di joba things and do ebony di nahan hanada ditli da no e ada yenda oka. So I'm not sure. If I may double check. I'm not sure if Chochimbito, I have not actually texted them. Eugene Bedoni is our chapter manager, and who has spoken to this legislation, and also Miss Elaine Young from Navajo Nation Economic Development has also spoke to this. So I'm not sure if Miss Elaine Young is on the line. Let me see. So Eddie speaker, let me call out to see if Miss Elaine Young or Mr. Eugene Bedoni is on the line. Yeah.
Honorable Brown, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay. I can answer some of the questions. So we can open it up to my colleagues for any type of questions or comments at this time, Speaker.
Okay, with that, thank you, Honorable Brown. Let me go to the floor. Madam Chair Charleston, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. And also, thank you, Delegate Brown, for sharing this legislation and then also providing some information on your store. I was just going through your budget form, and I did notice that you have the amount for the $5 million for the C store. But I didn't see anything else in here for other funds that you could be using. So is the whole entire $5 million from Citizen going to be, I guess, building this store from ground up in addition to doing the blueprint, having to do, everything for this project? Is there anything that Chichimbetuo chapter has given in terms of this project, funding that could be used towards the Citizen? And then also, I have driven through Chichimbetuo, and I know that that there is a C store that's needed there. But I also know that NTUA has recently provided to us information on their capacity, and then how sometimes but some of the capacity projects are not ARPA eligible. And so I just wondered, if you have been meeting with NTUA in terms of capacity and making sure that that this is going to be a covered cost. And then the last question that I have is, what I kind of worry about right now with diesel prices going up is building a store, that is really kind of in the rural communities. What I worry about is just the cost that's passed on to our consumers. In this case, we would have diesel, gas prices that would be, setting the price for some of these, for some of the food. And I know that is a huge concern, because we have been hearing that from the rural communities with the cost of food that, is currently on the shelves right now. So if this store is built, or when the store is built, let me be positive for you and say when this store is built, how are the current market going to influence the success of this store? Thank you.
Thank you very much. for
Chairman
that.
Daniel.
Colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time? If there are none, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Naabik'íyáti, ishihat sanala, kwegi natin kidiki. Although I do have Miss Elaine Young on the call right now, so she can help respond to some of the questions. My understanding is, again, the chapter working with economic development has been, they put in a lot of their funding through the Navajo Nation to set and get the land ready to withdraw the land, the water line project, the 3-phase power line. So a lot of money has been invested to get the site ready. So again, Elaine can respond to that and since her office from the small business department, they have been working directly with getting the site ready. And also some other historical knowledge is this store has been in the planning for quite some time. Before we did have really, the community requested that we have a Navajo owner, an owner operator. So we did have a community come forward. She was given the business business site lease, if not the business site lease, but some of the bare plans to build on this site. So for about 3 to 5 years, I believe, about 4 years is how long she was given to come up with a capital. She did tell the chapter in a chapter meeting and in multiple meetings that she was going to find capital and she was going to build a C-store, and then the nation would help with some of the building, and that's where this planning stopped. Although this land has been sitting there for about 8 years now with no progression, even though the 3-phase power line is there. So that's some background information that we have tried to find a Navajo owner operator, but we were unsuccessful. And now we are going to be partnering up with Red Mesa store out of Farmington. And Red Mesa does have the capital, who has the vendor contact, the funding, the startup, the refrigeration, etc. So, but Ms. Young, if you could respond to some of these other questions. Speaker, if we can allow Ms. Elaine Young some time to respond. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0064-22?
Good afternoon. This is Elaine Young.
Okay, sorry. Ms. Young, go ahead.
In response to Delegate Nathaniel Brown, first, I just want to thank you for this opportunity, Chair, and all those delegates and other individuals that are on the line. I believe there were some questions raised from Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. In response to the questions, and then also my brother, Mr. Brown, mentioned is that yes, this C-store has been in the works for quite a while. There has been a feasibility already has been provided. And yes, we did make every effort to work with a local individual and that didn't work out. And we went ahead and made it available out to other investors. And Red Mesa Trading out of Farmington did step out, and he did agree to go ahead and work with us. And as an operator and manager for this C-store that's in the plans and in the works over at Chimbito. Yes, all the infrastructure is up to the site, and the request for the funding would be the specific site infrastructure on the shell of the building, and with the understanding and the agreement that the owner-operator will be providing all of the fixtures, the equipment, and the inventory, putting in all of the gas islands and the gas, the canopy, and so forth. So we do have all of the, I guess you should say, shovel-ready is in place. So that's where that's what the status is at this point, and that the costs pass on to the consumer. And I believe due to the epidemic, due to the pandemic, there has been increase in gas costs, increase in a lot of supplies, what we purchase. A lot of it is out of our control. It's there are a huge effect on the supply chain, and we're in an environment, or the economy is pretty much going through some inflation in the increase in price, and that's we're being affected all over. I mean, that's not only here on the Navajo Nation. That's pretty much is everywhere. So the gas price, my understanding, will be decreasing and things like that. But I really don't want to get into those particular type of subject at this time. I believe that the main thing is that I just want to bring to your attention that there is a market there. Feasibility is done. We have owner-operator that's willing to go in. We just need to also combine our resources with the owner and operator to get this C-store built. With that, I just want to say, if there's any questions, I'm willing to answer more questions. There might be other additional questions as well that I may not have answered, but do email me and I can provide more detail and information. We do have the outline on also the full plans, the site plans. We have all of those too as well for this particular site. With that, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Brown. Does that conclude your response?
Yeah, that speaker. I just wanted to add the store so far. I inquired with the owners in the surrounding areas, Chilchimbito and Danahoto, asked the amount of profit, and in Danahoto, the other closest store made over $2 million. So there is money that is still made, and it goes back into the Navajo Nation's general coffers. So this is a revenue generating investment. So this would be, again, using our people's money for our people, but a part of it will be going back to the Navajo Nation general funds. So I think this is a great opportunity in this economy to continue to diversify Navajo Nation's revenue. It will not make hundreds of millions of dollars immediately, but this is at least some step forward, and our people would really benefit from this. So that's my response, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. That, let me go back to the floor. I think I heard Honorable Herman Daniels. Was that Honorable Herman Daniels?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, colleagues, Chair. Legislation could only be done so could Shishna Ash or Nana Shiaja. Delegate Brown. Yeah, could Nana could your agent put on the way to actually see to chapter and also the economic development could Mission Dash could a job queen then issue a deed. Was a job queen princess. A cocoa had a deed in a way down. In Sibito, I want to say the open eye or a wonder rock. And that I see on Chicago in the cat, a nana, a yego, and a hoti. Or not yet a one, so do a what care to be. Hashing a young about baby kids as medical. A cocoa, I mean, what Mr. Delegate Brown alluded to. He entered like 30 for 40 minutes away to get fuel, to get necessities, food that they had in the key. He entered about 40 minutes drive. I don't know with all gas prices. It's way up there, $5 a gallon. $4.99 is probably $5 a gallon now. So to make that round trip, we think we cost me $40. I don't know if you go the other way, there's many farms. The gas station they had no. But for food, it's leaves they had no call. That's like an hour from there. I don't know and a hotel and other gas station convenience store they that. The nearest one is Kienta. Like 40 minutes of Sunita. So Koto Hashing away from that. Koto Pain, Nadiaba, one Hato, Mesto, Tigers, in the eight hospital, I was out of that, the Mesto, less choking, finishing the theater. Of course, it has been the aid that I was head. Koto, Shinshibito chapter, they're in support of this project here. We're going to great convenience store. Not every community on the Navajo Nation has a convenience store. Just like with my region, within my region, the furthest chapter, not the on chapter. It's way out there. We're on the northwestern side of the reservation along the San Juan River, Lake Powell, Edo, passing Pocotana. Not Yebahawan, Hikato, they had to drive out from not on the Tafikin. That's like 45 minutes drive to get fuel, to get food, and other necessities. I don't know. Go all the way to Page, Walmart at the Halong Aja. So not every community on the Navajo Nation has a convenience store, gas station, that. So in Simito. It's a community. I gave on one day that I long I stay. A sweet of found it and the hello. I see what they did first. So that young to that case. Now, you know, one that is not. It is first on the call. I see what Aveva si credo che questo Italia sì ha chiesto nome da dire a Romano quando I see quando ya chiesto dollars di holso da pa $3 quando da ara se era todo ana futi di employee ba just che come dire why di holso da $3 quando Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions as we are discussing and debating legislation 0064-22? If there's none, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, Yate.
Honorable Brown, hold on real quick. I didn't hear you, Honorable Eugene. So, are you trying to? I didn't hear you.
Yes. Say, I think you should know by me by saying, hey. So I should say,
Go ahead.
Honorable Brown, it's a must and it's a critical. People need help because to whatever they get every month instead of going to across country to get something. Nothing wrong with that. So, so the could underrated the economist that's in this car. So I wonder if he's on the phone on the call with us. Need to chat me now. Now Yamaha and operation the other it is in this car the lay hold the shorty. Let's say for a good example right there, should be to now. Those people that goes to Kayenta, they no longer can go over there for whatever video they want over there. Put on so hey that a call there a quest Kayenta not a let's just say 100 people goes over there to shop, but they're not going to go over there no more. They'll stay in Chichibichu. So what would happen there in Kayenta? Like if we put these kind of small business across the Navajo Nation, all these small chapters, it's going to spread out where the money might be the same. But the towns like Chinle and Kayenta, that Heki and Yahoda don't mix the Bandahani, the all ye Bandahani is all this. I could argue this case sometimes. So I don't know what the economist, how he sees it. So let's say that now we're going to put something in Cottonwood. It's a long day at A, you know, and now, yeah, it's a London, the A, don't know, yeah. So it could out Kungana Yaba and not a young Lego accord or ye to not a Catholic. A good example is Chinle High School was a real big district. Korean when they put a high school in Pinion and then many forms school the numbers there so what on that. So in the same token with the grocery need so sometimes somehow somewhere along the future I think the economist really needs to report to the council saying how is he looking at it, what is the plan like I'm saying Kayenta is going to be installed for ons gaan dit nou sit gaan how when all the people is going to be that's going over there, abide over there. So the clients are going to stay in one place for a long time. Hasins how often now they don't want. The Netherlands knows in that naturally. And then if they're just going to be developing and distribute to at the Italy. I don't know how the hot is too. I don't know. There used to be some more stores along that road. So when we put big business in that, the reservation, it gets rid of the small business stuff. See, unfinished of a car, they're gone. Like we have cafes here, unfinished of a car. Now it's the net. So now you have a car. We put in fast food things or what shitty at that sort of. You does unfinished and then band in the hair beyond this in it. But then right now we don't have that no more. We used to have small grocery stores too. Those are all gone too because of fascists right now. So in that sense, all in Bansachi, so what does the economist see? What does he see for us? What are we going to do? Are we going to still have small businesses? No, but small business are always one businessman owning that business, where other business will be leasing that land. Shinli, say John Coburn, or CCI, or is called couldn't it be only gay to know was need to now no base of like gate of it was need to name. So what I or is called that business in that area by fascists in that area took away a lot of business around that area. What's that? Called undershade into the restaurant there then right now. Or our little grocery store that then right now. So now we have fast food. So what I go on this case on its own reservation where we headed to politics because small business is the one that runs the United States. But our small business is not the way the United States is. Like I always said, a small town, when you go into a town somewhere, there's no Lowe's or there's no O'Reilly or there's no Walmart. They don't allow that. Like city council, they don't want big business like that to get on their property and that municipal city limit on there. So only the people that are living there are big and that the car they visit of a car, even garages that but other visit of a car motels, other visit of a car. Doesn't say Holiday Inn or Ramada Inn or Quality Inn, aid or Yata Hasada. So all the big people that want to make a living with a small business in that area, they have a visit of a car, yes, is business. So what I has out and they go to see go into a small town. They don't allow big business to go in because it's going to wipe them out. There's only be one big Walmart right there and they'll take care of everything. The other people that are wants to be business people, they will wipe them out. But I get an answer. So I would really request maybe the economists that we got here within the Navajo Nation. I guess maybe we need to ask them what is the plan? We need to introduce them to the Nabi meeting, or it would be good in Nabi that way we can speak all we want for to him. ADG that's in his report or this next Naabik'íyáti committee. They all recommend this Seth Damon, Arnold. Share.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go over to
Speaker, put me in the queue, Kelly.
Honorable okay. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Brown. I will put you in the queue, Che. Honorable Brown.
Oh, yeah. I don't have a question and the Kiddy. I did talk to our new economist yesterday at the Navajo Nation Small Business Owners Conference at Twin Arrows. And I did ask her for the data. What is the numbers for the numbers on the Navajo visitors on the numbers, etc. But Alicia James, so I did speak with her, and previously other data that was shared with me is we actually do not have enough stores on the Navajo Nation to really hurt and compete against. As we are aware, on the Navajo Nation, we do have a not enough grocery stores, gas stations, and any type of competition is also really good for the Navajo Nation economy. And again, yesterday, the report from Navajo Nation, our Navajo business owners, enterprises, other organizations have reported that on the Navajo Nation, we have a lot of catching up to do. We should encourage as much companies to come onto the nation. In fact, because of the executive order, some of our local businesses on the nation did close, and that was because businesses were not allowed to open full capacity. Even to this day, some of the bathrooms are closed. Our people can't use these facilities. They're not washing their hands, so that's going against the sanitation. However, back to the point to Delegate So's question and concerns about the and I want to give you some peace of mind that that's not going to impact. Kayenta is very busy from tourism, and Highway 160 actually keeps the stores there pretty busy. So we can actually put up a couple more gas stations in Kayenta, another grocery store. Actually, we were planning before the pandemic in Kayenta another hotel also. Currently in Kayenta, we do sell out during the summertime, and we're expecting, and this is why Shenandoah opening back up the Navajo Nation to tourists, to our Navajo people, small business can really benefit from opening the nation back up in a safe manner. Again, human life is number one, and our people's safety is number one. Working closely with the Kayenta Township, there are additional plans for our communities here in we call it the Tri-City area with Kayenta, Chochimbito, and Danahoto. So to answer your question, Delegate, so that's not a big concern, meaning that the businesses in Kayenta will not lose revenue. And the main concern that I think we should be focused on from yesterday's experts is to how do we keep our Navajo people to stay on Navajo, to shop local, to shop Navajo, to shop and save money. Driving in Chochimbito just across the road within a 5-10 mile radius would be very beneficial. I know that our people have been messaging me. They can't make long distance travel right now because gas is really expensive. So, and I think of all time, this is really important. This C-store would benefit our people. And I'm also saying this because from the Danahoto C-store, when I talk to our Navajo employees, they're really happy that we do have the local small economy. It's kind of an introduction back to the Navajo Nation, and they're able to get off their feet and get other jobs. Otherwise, some of them are still there. Some of the other things that I hear from our local people in Danahutso, and I'm doing a comparison in rural communities, are you concerned that this is in a rural, remote area? What I hear from our people is, eggs, these everyday items that are used, people can have the luxury. A lot of some of our communities, bigger communities, have that luxury. They're able to buy the basic necessities in the local community instead of traveling far distance. Again, gas prices. My final point would be to Chilchimbito. We have other plans to build a museum, but currently Chilchimbito is the only community in the world. No one has this. It's the big sister rug and the little sister rug. And a lot of, we do have visitors, tourists, who would like to see the big sister rug, even to where they want to take classes on how to, so those are some of the ideas, something that we are pushing for, and we're working diligently on those. Tourism currently from Monument Valley to Canyon de Chelly is a regular route through Chilchimbito. So we are also looking at collecting outside funding, outside money, tourist dollars through. And then the other part is, again, I mentioned a bike ride. We will be bringing outside people to have to ride their bikes in our backyard. So that's another economic development plan. So that's during the week before the council session. That's who we will be promoting our nonprofits, Navajo-owned nonprofits and businesses also. So it's a multi-pronged approach on tourism and to keep these stores running. So I think I captured all the questions. Yeah. Ms. Elaine Young, if you can respond to some of the data that your office has been collecting, if you could please share that to share with my colleagues on some of the nation plans for our people also. And I think the big question is, and I do get this question, it's a fair question, that are you sure this store is not going to close? Can you show us data? So I know that we have talked about that, and also with the economist, I did talk to her to secure some of the latest data for the Highway 160, the other, and specifically Chilchimbito communities, what I requested from Ms. James, who's our new economist also. She is working on that. So Speaker, if you can give some time to Ms. Elaine Young to respond to some of these questions. Yeah.
Ms. Young?
Yes, thank you again, Chair, and then also the questions that we have received from the delegates, and then also my brother, Mr. Brown, had provided already. We are gathering the data as we speak. As you know, that we just got the economist recently. We have provided some data. We're updating our sets with that, and then as well as working with outside investors to look at a little bit more on a bigger scale industrial development and other opportunities, not only small business. Going back to some of the questions that Delegate So mentioned, requested, is that as soon as we get all of these information together, we'll go ahead and share it with everyone, and we're more than happy to also set aside a meeting for just a work session on just an overall economic development overview with the statistics and information that has been gathered. And to answer some of these questions in regards to the success of the Chichimbito business, I can tell you right now that there has been no impact to the Kayenta store. It has complemented those businesses, those C-stores that we put in the last 2 to 3 years, and that includes Danahoto and then also the one in Shanto Junction. It actually complemented to the community and to the growth, and it provided opportunities, more opportunities for our kids, for the community, and that we see in essence also the same that it's going to provide to Chichimbito. It'll be an added plus to the community. The Speedway in Kayenta, there was no impact to that, and actually it didn't really put a dent into their growth, into their economy in Halong, the economy of Kayenta. And actually, there's the Kayenta still continuing to grow, and that it is busy. I can tell you right now, the Speedway in Kayenta makes the highest, that's the busiest of the overall Speedway throughout the Navajo Nation. And then the same thing for Chevron as well. Chevron, which is under Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, the busiest is the one here in Kayenta. So that shows you there is more C-stores that are needed out there, especially in areas where there's high traffic of tourism. And Nate Brown did mention that a lot of these travelers here are not just the local. We have to also include the other market, which is the tourism. And tourism is here to stay, and we're not really capturing a lot of that market here. So more hotels, more C-stores, convenience stores, and then also the needs for the local community, such as laundromat, propane, and feed store, and deli. Those type of things, are included in these, are all inclusive in the C-store and fuel station. So with that, I can answer more questions, and hopefully that answers your questions too as well. Thank you for that.
Speaker, this is Delia Charleston. I have a comment.
Yes, I'm sure. Ms. Young, thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'll put you in the queue. With that, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, does that conclude your response at this time?
Yes, Speaker, that is.
Okay, with that, let me go ahead and go to the floor. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Chairman, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, down those staff, two communities in under I represent. Talana Cotton with Nimigi. We had a situation, and the economic development. No, 3 of my communities are also in quest for a C-store. We have, and I have been submitting documents to the Division of Economic Development for their effort to help the communities. What happened with Nuwatan, I'm not really sure why they stopped, but it's probably obvious of the revenue. Shindo na is open na. The owner or the operator, That's another area that I guess we have encountered. But for Cottonwood, the key, we had our own Navajo people, 2 individuals approach and step up to say that we want to start the store no Yatkihiaj. So they had a supporting resolution from the chapter. Of course, where it stopped and we got to know where it was when it came back to the Division of Economic Development. There's a board, a committee. I believe Ms. Young is on that committee. If not, there were several committees there. Didn't approve this particular process. Or they gave up on Navajo people. I think it's just best that we just leave it. And they were willing to have me to operate and initiate the operating the store over there. I've been asking office office the Naabik'íyáti or what, no matter what. Office or definite I commend Delegate Brown for doing this, and I'm sure that he has the assurance from the president's office that it's going to be approved. I don't know. But again, why all of a sudden that all these legislations are beginning to pop up, knowing that the president already has a memo stating that, but yeah, the Christian legislation passed what aimed at the same time. I guess some councils are being encouraged to go ahead and submit them for, I don't know, for a different purpose, for some reason that the assurance they're given that, okay, it's going to be passed or well supported, but legislation, they're being developed. Here as an RDC, that's what we've been asking to the Division of Economic Development. Based on the initiative based on the for example, hotel occupancy tax that out of the economic development based on the or kojita initiative or peso chong additional Khaled the peso shahani koja economic development be nas hol jisto lestik at the nendiniki dik at any bahasi peso da ba hane ani utat e de be kai ye do lesmin ya aju peso no da do lesin ego kotek at o ashoya han tahan o kojuko employees or staff ajgo ochon ikat that agent we as council dip into some of these funding. Kodo agent nas niki tatan hit niro say no ajuko kodo legislation billion dahi ni. I try to rely on these particular programs to help our communities, to help our chapters develop a lot of these funding. For example, here a mini fund and that start the quick or in the base of money market village or Diego go hatashi public heta holia ado e kodo sato based on deniki based on yan business ado kapeto nishikit oh hayud hitch hot and we're talking about almost $10 million ako kodo division economic development baby nasse so hey di hot akadile de dit based on tazli alet just happen ala. We try to refrain from asking for funding from the UFB or citizen funding. If that's the last resort, go give us a recommendation to do that. Traditional creed the shibe which see kodo should select lindigi Mr. Willie. Ado the creed the shin kodo that age ban yale kito ba hanas. Akodo shabik hanata to shabik hanata. So the community of Navajo is asking for a C-store. At Aja, all trading percent demolished it now by Nalde. A quack, but says I needed another after no Aja by yet here. Other community of Low Mound that are Konana C-store should no could our baby beach to hearts. Other dig the community of our Selana Cotton with our Konana. Out ego could do in our sauce and then again not date. Chapter resolutions not they what in the wheel they be hard dates I got this scene the cut at 10 I call how late is it just my region that is being neglected or being dos shaban saha case dos shabayat kita and so on such case I call if it's my resort to drop legislation to get funding from UFB or CSN I believe I already know that it may be vetoed. Why go through all this effort knowing that it's going to be vetoed? Some of my communities were referenced by other council members. Yes, these economic development no and a lot of time in this why is it that we always have to accommodate some people that's just traveling through the Navajo Nation and him to the Najiki going the Ada Goshim Nasa Latin the Nay Gas going the Ada Goshim Quagabia nothing no kodo Allah public head ako shit quack di kodona sosni so ziben bahana si dole do shi bahana si dole ako quack ki halet so again maybe going back to resource development committee halet ala kat not the wet shin da shi that's not the do ni kat as an oversight committee but the ego go opeso that kid. If we multiply that by 110, we're talking about almost $500 million worth of projects. I believe that I'm sure many from it's a crossroad right there. People that go into Canyon de Chelly, they have to go through mini farms to get to Monument Valley and vice versa. They have to go through mini farms to go through Four Corners area. That is the crossroad to go to Canyon de Chelly, into Monument Valley, into Four Corners. I always ask, what's your secret that's on to get the support to help your community, whereas I try to ask for certain programs to help and assist my community. They're penalizing my community. Why are they penalizing the community that I represent just because I'm local, just because I say something, just because I say other things on their project or on their plan. Niki starts open na go. So kada kuna hata sila appreciate them community okay. I thought about another case. They that low mountains I see that east to das ne. I let out go in the at cell tower by another ya. East Benina at so the snow at the last she I should see those in the community bana shahaki what ish. So again, what is your secret? Whoever's representing Mariana Lake, is it Naabik'íyáti dasha? Alet ala aja, bajait o tahanda ajnisho ajid men liniki kitahoni, the men liniki dit ego ala ishi. Lana dan ziniki kodo last week that's article in Hitchahishla for 48 hours a community cell tower cell service it's on net says for 48 hours they felt vulnerable and halit abakat aja or forgotten were vulnerable when they were forgotten bakat, and that's exactly how some of my communities are feeling right now. We're forgotten that and they're vulnerable of not having these services not being available to the community. And I like to hear the administration to hear this. And I need to have them to get their act together and help my community. It's nan limiki shabakaoche. Shano agogo eden is something that say a message dinna I could never cut teacher for Ilya Kona Dita or Yeshin store. I mean, that's how far this is going for me. And I'm not finicky. I could be when I go Kodobe, so Leniki Arjo Hodna go. Oh, Arjo Nandiniki, Hajo Shiyek, and Anatla, or Shake, which is a nagit, I think that I put out, which is not only that I put out, I think that has only. A quaggy Gilahate, Ela, Dohas, I like it. According to I'm not saying that I'm against the legislation. I'm not saying I don't want that community to prosper. I always say that why isn't my community being considered? Why isn't my community being supported for their request of whatever they're asking for? So and that's the council members and Lindy, my colleague, had referenced some of the communities that I represent. But yet by not either by either go either way can't see neither. A call quack beat ego go shitty. Aldo she says Ladik of what had the Shahaki, the Joba Hanet, the Joba and Sahake Siki. And I believe that Division of Economic Development, Mr. William, I'm sure you're listening. Halet ala ekododo akwag yego be shabakan ye the la. Adanda community land use plan. Later, touch it look at the other yahiya. And it I then store could oil and gas. Based on the bunny has it out, I think that how come we only have one one premium of fuel could go. Why can't we have a higher premium? We have no choice but to put in those gas. So economic development go hard la Lagana not needed either added about so the cost quarter. Think it the knowledge short into the thank you and don't have on Sahaki and Asad the head ashing a session. Lagana go on there, going crag, it's a yard crag, the profit go bad or little can not take other banana dust or less. And then a hot argo go, oh, by your get the name of the Aja, you are getting this card, Aja, or it was out in a wash, but then have them off. So hotel the ata insti o indeed at the sea the whole just think it and they get a modern day modern day infrastructure is what they want. So with that speaker, again, I always say I want to put this. Want to make sure that these statement and comments are on record. What go so again, I commend Mr. Brown doing what he's doing, but again, I'm sure he has the assurance to move forward with this legislation. So if that is the case, maybe let me drop all these legislations of 110 million, 119 million that my community had submitted for opera funding, but that's not even on there. And this there is complicated. Not the cost of Aja. So she had the additional Yananas of this 119 million is a chapter of funding you had to use. But then not all of it is part. It's not in there. And this in with the case of Zeda, but it goes back. Okay. I let out quite a bit at the snake go to Josha back in the door. So, hey, quite this other quite by Yahans, quite a deal by Hanan, see, Hasha Ade, Hanata, quite that he did carbon that did in chapter Yahati ish. At then, to Hanida. And the 257 Doha was it up. But other season at 86 now hold just Hanan. According to Naabik'íyáti, Indo, the base of the Indian, the Naabik'íyáti base of what they drink. No. Okay. A colony, a social community, Gisha, Ada, Edo, support the Nada, Eldna, the Bob, base of which what Nata, or nonsense. So, did ego go kudo, shit, this other, dig a base of dark, Hedo, and the other, but the white ahe. So, Habanahat Indo, the Shabanahat Indo, the chapter Shabba, Baba, and the ego, but Nayego, Pasahon. Sahon snow is not in the George Hazodi Ashafle, and you always that I always put everything on in writing. I mean, I keep posting a lot of these information on my Facebook, saying that did arch not this did arch not DK so the snow that should the man really give message which is not issue. A call with shouldn't I not finish it? I need to provide this job is hot. Every opportunity that we need to develop economic development and C-store, just like Mr. Brown is the proposing. Yeah, but in return, I show the communities in the same need to give Shaban Sockest on this. Shouldn't I not need us show the Baba nice scandal list or did I in which Hanana sit on the speaker? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Calum. That we go on down to Madam Chair Charles Newton, then I got Honorable Otto So in the queue after that.
I'll give a gate too. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So and Honorable Omar Brigade. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And also, can you hear me? Okay. So I just want to say that, we have plenty of these citizen projects that do go through the pipeline. And it seems as if each one of the projects, we pretty much question, we question the projects differently. Sometimes with citizen projects, we ask for matching funds. Sometimes with citizen projects, we do ask for making sure that all the documents are in place. And I'm, in my experience, from what I'm seeing, is it depends on who the delegate is. There are some delegates that present citizen legislation. They don't get questioned. It just goes through the process. And then there are some, who get grilled for their citizen projects. And I think that it's very interesting that Delegate, Kealan Begay, has pointed out on several occasions that, his community hasn't been getting the assistance that they've needed. And there's also been questions about legislation and, being submitted and not getting addressed. And I know that Dana has also made that comment as well, that, she only has 4 attorneys who are working in Office of Legislative Counsel to complete over 100 legislation requests that are currently in the hopper right now. But in terms of, the community needs and also, what we're starting to see coming down the pipeline is that, I think we have always talked about being equitable. What I would like to see is a breakdown for each delegate and how much citizen money they've received, how much, funding they've received for projects, because, I am starting to see a lot of unfairness that is being practiced on council floor. And I remember one delegate stating kind of at the very beginning when we were new delegates, one delegate kind of laughed and said that, oh, there's this one delegate that used to, talk and say things about council, and we would give that delegate a hard time. We wouldn't approve their legislations or we wouldn't approve their projects, which is really interesting because in essence, if you as a delegate are thinking that way, then you're denying the Navajo people projects or funding that they're rightfully entitled to. So regardless of who the delegate is or who, is sponsoring the project, what I always think about are the people. And that's why I've always co-sponsored, projects that are outside of my community. And I've never had a problem when a delegate has invited me to come out to see, what is going on in their community, because at the end of the day, we, all of us, every single one of us, all 24 delegates have at one time or another said that it's for the people. When really, I think, a majority of what we're starting to see is it's a lie. And I hope that, people who are listening or who are watching on Facebook, share that information, because it is a lie. We say it's for the people. We say that, this money, these projects, when we like the delegate, we'll say it's for the people. We need to approve it. When we don't like the delegate, we ask questions, we grill, and we go on and on. We forget about the people. And I say that because if it was truly for the people, then, I question why my legislation didn't get a motion or a second. Not one delegate came forward to motion or second. And it's kind of funny because we just got a report from Elaine who said, that there is a need on Navajo Nation for more C-stores, for more hotels, for more restaurants. And, but not one delegate, not one of you did a motion or a second for a hotel in Shiprock. So I just think it's kind of interesting how we say, it's for the people, when in reality, this Shiprock hotel would have provided jobs for the delegates in the Northern Agency. Now, why the delegates in the Northern Agency didn't motion or second, I don't know. But I think, as Delegate Kealan Begay stated, that I think it's the delegate. And the bottom line is, if a delegate votes red for your legislation, you hold it against that delegate, which is ridiculous. Which I think if that's what you think, you are childish and there's no place for you on council, because we all work for the people. And so when we're talking about, being equitable in the projects that are coming down the pipeline. I see a lot of projects, that have been approved, for delegates, that go through. I never have a problem when it comes to water line projects. I've always voted green for those projects. I've never had a problem when it comes to electricity or broadband. I've always voted green for those. I've never had a problem, supporting legislations where there are services being provided to the people, critical services, public safety and justice services, or emergency, medical services. Those types of services, we know that there is definitely a need. But I just find it very interesting that, when we talk about the projects on Navajo Nation, and when we talk about how it's going to be benefiting our Navajo people on the Navajo Nation, we suddenly find a problem with those projects. I like the idea that Delegate Brown has brought this legislation regarding the C-store to our attention. And I just kind of laughed when Elaine said, that when she talked about tourism, because, a hotel in Shiprock that is needed, versus a hotel in Shanto that, is questionable. We approved one over the other. And so I also, I just think it's really unfair, and it's really childish, that, if we're going to complain and say, well, my community is not getting this, my community is not getting that. I think that, we need to look at, the legislations that we've supported, and the legislations, that really kind of make sense versus those that, are still questionable.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
There's no point of order at Nabi.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Point of order, Honorable Daniels.
Is there a point of order at Nabi?
Yes. Rule 19. Honorable Daniels, what is your point of order and what is the reference to?
Mr. Chair, I raise a point of order. Let's stay on subject. On the legislation, we're beginning to go all over. So the legislation about it zone violation. Mr. Chair, thank you.
But Daniels, point of orders. Honorable Daniels, recognize your point of order. Thank you. But Madam Chair, I think as there has been everyone who's been given eligible time, whether to respond today or to discuss what you all have in order for you to present your thoughts and your positions from the individuals who elected you to this position, to go ahead and keep that acknowledgement open. This is Naabik'íyáti committee. As we know, it's Naabik'íyáti committee is committee of the whole. And at this time, Madam Chair Charles Newton, I do believe what you're doing is right now is clarifying the position of why you're trying you're clarifying your position on this debate, correct?
Yes, Speaker.
With that, and Chair, continue on there.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. And I just want to point out that I find it very interesting that point of order was called on me, and there was no point of order called on Delegate Kealan Begay, and his thoughts were, he was allowed to finish out his thoughts. So again, another unfortunate, but I'm glad it's being aired on Facebook because this is the exact treatment that, you know, we start to see on council. So what I will say, Speaker, is that, as I stated already before, that I do support this legislation, as I have with other legislations where it is bringing business to the Navajo Nation. I also support, you know, citizen funds where we do have funds going to water projects, to electric projects, to broadband projects. What I don't support is those delegates who are, you know, talking about how, you know, let's build the economy, let's look at tourism. And, you know, there was like no support for the Shiprock Hotel. And as Delegate Kealan Begay stated, you know, is it because, you know, like, are there reasons for that? And he stated it on the record. He went on and there was no point of order called on him. When he asked the question, you know, is it because the delegates who are outspoken are the ones who are not recognized? Is it because of, you know, like, are there certain delegates that are favored over others? And it's very clear, as was already called with the point of order, that that is the case, Speaker. And so I just want to make it clear and on the record for all of my colleagues to hear, and that is that when it comes to certain delegates, you will find an issue with the project. If you're quiet and you stay under the radar, there are no problems and funds get approved. So perhaps we should stop thinking about our egos and maybe start thinking about the people. And I do support this legislation. I do believe that a C-store is needed in that area because it will create jobs. It will also, you know, bring food and fuel to people who are living in the rural community. And I do commend Delegate Nate Brown for bringing this legislation forward. But at the same time, I do want the World Wide Web to know that if you are a delegate that's favored, your legislation will go through the process. And I believe that Delegate Vince James also made that same argument when he tried 3 attempts to get funding for his fire department. And so I just want to make it clear that that's how it's being, you know, that's what's coming out right now. And it's really just a shame. So let's stop pretending, let's stop saying it's for the people, and let's start saying that it's up to me. It shows me. Thank you, Speaker.
That, colleagues, if you're just joining us or everybody listening in, good evening. The time now is 6 p.m. We are on our legislation, or actually on our agenda. We are on legislation number 0064-22. So legislation sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. We have a motion by Honorable Daniel, second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. That I do have in the queue at this time, Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Elmer Begay. I'm going to go to Honorable Otto So at this time, and then I'll it depends on if there's any further questions. I can go back to the sponsor, but might be able to get Honorable Elmer Begay in there too before we go back to the sponsor. So at this time, Honorable Otto So, good evening. Floor is yours, boss.
Thì con sa về tân hạt thì con thì ta thiệt nhịp sâu đó ta xin sâu đó xin ya quốc hệ đó thì tan thì về nda his tiki. I don't that you hear Honorable Kealan Begay ta xin sâu alla yani yalki aro khashit aji yana gahato ya yalki arot oyo ashit so o kodo sido koho o hata o khalzik asi on sisil kesla aron that ko be hata istig be ban sa kesot aze hota nte she no do the she with that and oh hanet she it is a condemned 23rd Council ita ajib yal which it that nipeno ya try to look at the formula of how we could try to appropriate monies equally across the board. The body came together 2 times to come up with a major legislation to distribute funds into the region based off of the delegate region, which is a fair regional distribution based off of population. And I think and kids. Uncle, I think that whether it's money is going to be infused for economic development in instance of C-stores and things like that, you know, I don't I what up big now alcohol whether the project is vetted but I think a lot of these discussions what Honorable Kellen McGee spoke to, and I think we have to go back to equitable funding formula. That way, whether it's economic development, UUFB, or CHISN, can be administered and dispersed into the region. For whether it's economic development, we should just be appropriating the monies. And the other thing also is these hotel occupancy tax and other tax that's picked up by Department of Economic Development. For projects. And it really brings up a point, Nikki Allen McGay, are those dollars only utilized for personnel? Ash could the Talahotandish Uncle we have to look at how these funding has at the local level you have these projects that are funded through CHISN that I think I agree that we need to do some sort of equitable distribution to CHISN into the region for whatever, you know, if it's an economic purpose or infrastructure purpose and so forth. Right now we have a current formula called the 50-50 formula that's in place by law. That has on it, it's tribal law. And you look at legislation 86. And nanti to has on it what it ada. Alcohol even ishin she yali kishi pa niyat kito dashit ya holdish. But again, you know, that equitable distribution, whether it's a hotel occupancy tax for business development, this should be divided up into the regions so that a regional business plan for economic development could be planned instead of by chapters, because the belt of the economic development of is something that needs to be nurtured. And earlier, someone talked about Walmart, Home Depot. I think that was one of the term. And we know that Walmart and Home Depot won't move on to the reservation unless if the land status, if the land status is different. They won't move on trust land. We already explored that option with them on the last administration. They want the land to be in private in order for them to move on. Akonda tita yaligi konda tita ha shaishi na yabahogan dato he bohnetza yatani tita kont jadia sheet ego kon ya chilchiviton when el watani. That's a middle mile there, between the community of Mini Farm and Kenta. What be bohnet to atipatini for instance, there's a C-store that went up in Coast movie. That if there's too much people in line, I'll get my coffee at Kokosmovie at the new C-store. So those things are convenient. Nation benefits in the sales tax and services all the mandatory set aside also, and it services the comprehensive budget. We know that the sales tax is one of the big portions of the main comprehensive budget. Ani kodoshi shi be shi kendi ka ani to be ha hotzi oyo ni na nishtahallon ha qaige ha shi sina nishallon legislation leashi Madam Chair of Legislation ado ba hashon hiya ad wadla ba wan shan ko hota akon shi bikinadi khato ad shi that is ni bikehol jijo adon da to ida tit yaho ata ko hot ahas adon da tit ani a lot of these economic projects should be economically driven. We as legislatures should be just appropriating the dollars. If the Economic Development Office says that a C-store is viable to do good, to go up in the community of Rock Point, or there at the Round Rock intersection again. I know there's a gas station there, and if they recommend it, we should just appropriate the monies. That should be a driven, should be driven from the administration, because from the administration, we as legislatures I don't that quite we see a lot of politics getting into a lot of the funding that goes on. But again, we should just be mindful and going back to appropriating funds and leave the administration up to where they choose these sites, because they're driven economically, and aron da tishin ashi nasbe da tishin to ashi sachelo aro da hushi shi bana da hushi nas na be na da tishin ko hot ahas Kohot ani do chot eho yal adol nilke pa ya pan yadil ki de bahazano o yun hi peso it ati logo ati cho ille. And a lot of those barriers requires policy change, and the policy change that requires these policies to be changed needs to be done. Some of these policy changes are at the final authority of oversight committees. For instance, the home site lease policy, I'll just use that as something to think about. You know, we could go ahead and just rescind the current home site lease policy and allow the old policy to kick back in until this current policy is refined. But I think that if we move forth on it, I guarantee you we're going to get pushback on it. The Bebenant to ne aje bebe that it yego ya nda diskito yego aje hot ego pia tapen to the ne so ya tapen ko hot and has this is an example. But again, you know, to truly look at the Navajo Nation economy, late ego la ya na nishi habdabdi dol wo that dol. You know, I see Diego Codot ato AD ato Gizda you say that opishmas and nit linidon hitate nit ata. O koja o aje o beso hoche. I have this legislation that I dropped for citizen, and I asked questions on what the possible tax revenue would be if that legislation is put in place and is funded. And the Navajo Nation would, I believe the number was a little over almost $6 million in sales tax to the Navajo Nation yearly that would benefit from that project. And because that's the potential. These hotels, these stores, the sales tax ya nai beben nache nai ya beche peso kul peso it ani ye but ye ko be on khanash. But I think bottom line is we need to go back to the drawing table, get something equitable way all the region whether it's Key Allen McGee's region, the Honorable Walker's region, if it's in the area of another delegate, you know, we all get the same amount and we allow the local level to decide what is needed. If it's a $50 million allocation for economic development, let's push that and get it to the region and have the local people decide on what economic opportunities they want to see, instead of Winter Rock really telling them we want to build this here. I believe that you know, if something pops up like that, usually the statement is, oh, I represent these many chapters and it's not fair. But when you realistically look at the delegate region, it's based off of population margin. We all represent the same amount of people. That's one solution. The other solution is just go back to what's law. And that's the 50-50 formula. Until that policy is changed. But that 50-50 formula is the law of Navajo of land. Even we do support it. And then I did need Madam Chair not only Neja Aja so here wala ado tadil gesa. Nde ashi bik hold jizo shin shin tadil ni. So ya o hadit it's eda. I don't know such they need on esaho. So ya o tanaha tada. O hota. Hadan so hasi so yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that we go to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, good evening. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Speaker. Yate, Nana. And the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. About those Delegate Brown, for advocating on your behalf of your community in the area of Edo I wrote down for a discussion on Yelki regarding this these stores that Edo small outlets serving our community called so my question I guess it goes down to Arashit Eda that Asian we all have that right or privilege to advocate on behalf of our community go around that by utilizing funds based on okay so lahakito that's another question but that's where I myself too so the this case in Dakota utilizing this and funds and then we all know that there's not that much restriction and that goes along with this sales and funds. Go with end the day, you had to look at see how many the returns of it. You see, when you get called and the sales and funds and then you get your bonds half case ago. We utilize these funds to make it, how can we make a return to not just only execute the whole funding, so all the things so you see when you get that so the bonds half case in the code called I'm not sure if the economic development personnel, Miss Young, Elaine Young, so other staff and delegate. I'm not sure how they do market studies and all those analysis on economic development growth and how in returns in years and schedules. How much will we see in return for when based on or as a grant but on the whole overall looking at the sales and funds so it cannot just be the disperse it has to be or your no say so this up in 9 days or this how long do this I don't know the age of Bahosen how long that's the way we see sales and funds so meaning that whoever the national that any delegates that coming in there can be some funds available for these upcoming delegates that are going to be for the future. So what and I don't need echo. So yeah, if you look at that's the intent. Yeah, you see, so in that concept and that thought of thinking, the plan about this citizen funds, the delegates it on 6,000 machine, how much we're gonna be in return. And but if you go by schedule, by years, or by month, how much it will be coming back in? How is this been determined? It how it's just been measured? It so yeah, there's been feasibility studies. Yeah, don't need. Yeah, there's feasibility studies are made, but from on top of it, how much in years or in months? Or we can see some revenues going back into the citizen funds. Actually, how do we know that? Because I don't see that in this legislation or any other citizen fund legislations. I know that somebody would say, or any delegate would say, they can be hired. I don't know that the never car is all going to get you internet need Asian on me hot here go Jahut and it in the I call the halon on the not enjoy the young and I call the cow the I got that lived here hot easily. The conversation go to con near that they yo but the ponet clean about here the hot easily. And this no matter how much we propose local outlets on the reservation, but we still see a lot of people going out, a lot of funds, a lot of money that's being spent outside the reservation. Through this pandemic, I'm not sure who has the right mind at that time. This Navajo Nation who was able to be awake. I think that they were already looking into it, that when all these outlets were closed, when all these businesses were closed, when people were told to stay at home, to not leave the reservation or out to another state, how much did we spend or how much did we save? I'm not sure if they know Shiki. I'm not sure he was on board. Economist with the Honenigi. So if we could all look at this before we could start spending any money. What asha? Do what I in this card do what I and then that go. O could they a base of the had also said and then it Mickey. At the asha, I had not to I teach what's that? I was just but and he brought a good point on the what. That's the way we see it, and that's the way I was understanding this. That any fundings, UEFB, citizen funds, permanent trust funds, it's what all this I don't need. There's still a lot of funds here to spend. Terrorist fund and then this ARPA fundings. I thought I don't need. I get the need. Any that's I need. Somebody that we or I didn't know other Silhon that they go based on the nigga that go to now for Jesus. But we know, we don't want to mention that. We were told that, they bring in your projects. You don't need to go. Is that what's going on? So, brother, let's be honest about it. Being truthful about, that's what's going on with this Navajo Nation government. Is that how we operate it? Is it one of the reasons why? So, nasty kata. Let's look at this. I don't know how it's going to be, the speaker, and then the people that are on board with from the Division of Economic Development, then as far as Division of Community Development. How can, that is how many dollars are still spent outside? No matter how much we spent our money on the reservation to create jobs and create economy, but we still spent more money outside. How do we do this? During this pandemic, that how much do people that we spent a lot of it on the reservation, but during that time, all you but also they're open in Dalian here at the out and no. We went through that. I don't know who was awake at that time to look at all that. I don't know who was responsible for or being part of it to look at that whole the way of spending money during that time. So, today, that that's the second one though. The first one, I wanted to know, that if there's, how do we know through this? Is there a schedule from economic development? Like just based on when you go into a loan, that you look at your amortization, the schedule of how many the principal and interest will be paying back to but they don't need it. It's not like that. But looking at if you have a feasibility study and you have a market studies, well, that show a schedule that how much this in returns, how many by months, by years, how much we'll be getting returns for this funding. Because and maybe we might start showing that kind of data, and then also that kind of a statistic. Then we'll know that it is really the measured. Somebody out there has a knowledge of this whole economic development for the Navajo Nation, for the Navajo people, the Navajo government. ADG, I don't see that, I haven't seen that. I don't know who will be responsible for it. From economic development, the last one was if somebody from economic development did some type of a study or conducted any type of analysis that was made during the pandemic, see how many people that spent more money on the reservation or off the reservation. Speaker, thank you.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue. Eugene So, put me in the queue.
Thank you. Good evening, colleagues. We are on legislation 0064-22. I do have Honorable Jimmy Yellow here next, and then Chairman Daniel. So I put you in the queue, and also Honorable Eugene. But before I go to them, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Quaggy. The legislation 0064-22 they has on Quaggy Nikitato Nishne agenda Bakagi. Ado AD given Dado Kidi Gishin to take it a hardest. You to go on the Hazuki hit and see the bit of the Gishay the Hanasi to let go the ne lecture before the other cut off. Asian so Quaggy. It's hard to Khalid Aben Ashnes. Oh, saya Allah sahabat kata isteri ko ishi. I'll try my best to respond to those as well. So thank you, Chichimbito chapter officials that are on the call, as well as small business, Ms. Elaine Young, Shade Kwada. I know that it's 6:35 right now, and typically a lot of people in different line of work, they have the luxury of getting off right at 5 o'clock. But yeah, thank you staff also for sitting here with us and being here after hours. But the questions, Askia and Bigay, a lot of the questions were, I feel like they were not really to Chochimbe store and the $5 million with the citizen. And if we can have a sidebar conversation. So again, colleagues, one of the again yesterday I had the luxury, and last night we went up to 1 o'clock in the morning talking with some of our bright young Navajo individuals, and what they told me was, Delegate Brown, if you want to be treated, you and our leadership, if you want to be treated like a nation, start acting like it. That's what should mean. Eben nachishi kudo hata iyo hata kitanzi alcohol ashido ashichahat shkenna halo anle wada nashta be ahoshide nehle to tanit ida hadistan nanda. And I think as council we do get, I'm sure I'm not the only one who gets that. Again, last night at the forum, that was some of the questions posed to me, not just for myself, but for my colleagues. And usually what I tell them is, we sit on multiple committees, and there's usually different meetings that we attend. So, Delegate Begay, you brought up some good points, and I say, and others, about the equality of equity in Houston. But I think we have to sit down and plan that as a whole 24th Navajo Nation Council. That's going to impact our decision in ARPA dollars as well. But this is in and the other thing that listening to some of the experts yesterday, they have brought up the decline in interest, and we're all aware that myself, when I look at my Navajo Nation 401k and across the United States employees, our investment in our 401k alone and other investments are declining. Someone brought to my attention, are you going to keep them there, or is the declining, and are we going towards another recession? You should spend the citizen dollars on our people before it zeroes out the Danoyan Sudakis. And I think, some of our money managers, since we are talking about citizen and other investments, what is that going to look like? How safe are they? And I think I know with the 110 chapters, And what I'm also hearing from my colleagues here is, and across the Navajo Nation, I will guarantee you, each community tells their delegate, "Being kahayo na, and I think we all have that in common, Chinanta. And that's why this legislation is before you. This is the work of Chuchimbito leadership and Ebenas. And again, this is not brand new. We will let our work speak for itself. If you look through the legislation, you will see the even the plans on here. What it's going to look like, what it's going to be detail is specifically for our Chuchimbito residents. They need a laundromat. They need a place, a cafe, a healthier choice to eat. They need a C-store to buy the daily necessities. Well, I did hear some of the questions on, catering to the Lagana, the work for our people, but it's also an incentive to secure outside funding from tourism. And because even us 24 delegates, we do spend funding. I'm sure Farmington makes the most money from us. I think after that is Gallup. And last night I also learned, and yesterday, $1.5 billion that's made on the Navajo Nation goes out to the border towns. Why can't we recapture that? So when we as leadership talk about, this type of development, we are all spending over $1.5 billion of our money to border towns. So some of these questions. I know that and if you look at some of my voting records on VCSM, I myself have always supported our people's projects, not just in Western Agency, not just I have voted in favor, and I think there was a comment made also that I consider myself so it's our Santa Tahot and Dunkit Nekan, Session Hatsi, Hala Craigie Hai Nesho, Oka Yahasano, see the Quido other bit, Eho Hans the Tole, Asai Hataho, so neat. The power is in the vote. The power is not really in what you say over and over. And I think my dad really coached me to be as the best statesman, the best not ani, the never not get. And that's what I try to show here on the council floor in these meetings. I'm speaking for myself. So I think I do. I know that so it could so ik is leo de snida okwegi hijo jonde halen ki de net aus to hatan ki si ila khit au bayata shin ki de ado kwegi shanala kwegi I'm not sure what to say about how delegates are being treated, but I think I know that the way I vote on these for our people also reflect that. So I know that the calls were dropped many times, so I did rush here to try to get the best service on my phone call. Speaking to favoritism, I'm not really sure how to respond to that. I myself in my communities, I'm going to speak if we can give them time in a little bit, that Chochimbito can speak also on how there has not been any type of favoritism towards my Chilchimbito community. You know, with our firefighting, with our child care, with the lack of services in my community, the lack of a transfer station in our community of Chilchimbito, the lack of road services. So the list goes on. And I think each of our communities, we can speak to that. So, Shanant, other Chilchimbito, issue, a chapter meeting. So please inform through this legislation to my colleagues here on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Is there some sort of favoritism? Queggy, she get delegate Otto. So, you did bring up a good point about the fair distribution of funding. I think it is our work. And also the other thing is how the president is going to veto or approve it, that I don't know. I wasn't given any type of assurance. But I also want to let my colleagues know that we are the legislatures. We are the legislatures, and I know that our job is to draft these legislations. We Shana, Delegate Elmer Brigade, you did allude to the I am doing what the law of the Navajo Nation says as my duty as an elected council delegate. That's what I'm going by. So sometimes, we have to make these decisions on behalf of our community. So I know that I have a very outspoken chapter in Chilchimbito, and this is not the only project that you're going to hear from us from my three communities. It is the work from the community is being shown on this legislation. And I'm proud of them that they do invite the president and others to our communities also. So I'm just going down, trying to write down as much as I can here on the questions and the concerns. Although Peggy, let me see. Again, for the funding and the equal distribution, Speaker, I think we are due, and I know through budget and finance, we do hear from the Seahison project, and I know that time, the 5-year period is I believe that's up, or we're right on the border of that. So how can we work with the new economists, community development, economic development, and move forward? So I know that my chapters are definitely being very proactive and thinking outside the box, securing some of these outside companies, consulting, and working with Department of Justice on their own. So a lot of that is they are doing that on their own. So that's what this job is also. So again, colleagues, this has been in the works for a very long time. We've even given this to one of our local community members of Chilchimbito we really tried to help. We did everything we could, including the land being set, being construction shovel ready, and she only needed to bring in the capital to build the building and bring in the vendors and design. So we did more than our due diligence. We did give that time to one of our very own community members to start this C-store, and unfortunately that did not happen. And this was also again introduced through the ARPA, and we did get 2 denial letters. So we do have that. So that's from Mr. Tom Platero's, where he is leading the ARPA office. So from that department, I did talk to Mr. Mel Rodis on why we have been denied twice. And Mr. Rodis from Navajo Nation Department of Justice did mention, according to the guidelines, and also the Budget and Finance Committee, we did pass a resolution where when you submit for the American Rescue Plan project, you are only allowed to submit them twice. And we did submit these twice. So I have been talking to my colleagues on Budget and Finance to see if we can also increase that. And that's something that I have brought to the attention of my colleagues, and that would be at the discretion with the council as well. And this is another chance and for us, and that is our job as the Naabik'íyáti, as the worker bees for our people and our chapters. This is again their work. So I hope that I responded, but I wanted to also I did call upon Telecommu chapter officials as well. So I know the chapter president, Paul Matson, is on the line, and Mr. Matson was also at the economic meeting in Twin Arrows yesterday also. So again, that just goes to show the leadership that they are thinking outside the box and looking high and low. And we're just going to continue to do our jobs, colleagues. We are doing this for the people. So despite what others, but that's if you look at the legislation, that's what this is for. And I hope that is seen, the need there. Speaker, if we can give some time to Mr. Paul Matson with the Telecommu president, and he can give us all the work that they have been doing on this Telecommu C-store and why. Speaker, if we can give time to Mr. Paul Matson.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. That to what's his last name? Matson? Did you say? Mr. Matson, are you on the line? Mr. Matson?
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yada. Yeah. This is Chapter President Paul Matson. Here na Shinanta, Shada House Agi and Mr. Honorable Brown and Shinat Anikudo. Yes. Here ya Kudo Taisnik Ando the. We are here to kind of present a little bit on the C-store reports. And it's given like 1960, 65 the first store is closed down, auto-vacated, and then Nashiko Asashanan in 1980, and the next store closed on auto-vacated. Then that rough rock got showed that was in there. By 2015, it out of Nadik, so it's when the stage of that was in there. It's 30 miles one way, so it's 60-mile round trip to go there, and that if you have a vehicle, you're going to spend about six gallons of water, fuel to make a round trip. And at the end, it says, you're going to spend about $30 on fuel and to make it round trip. So people on low income, it kind of hurts them. And we want to do is develop the store to build economy. And because later on, we have bigger plans, bringing industry jobs. We have a hydrogen station that we talked about to other people, probably here in Naabik'íyáti. And so we want to develop the store so that it kind of it'll bring economy to both to the nation, and we want to see the C-store develop, and it will bring economy to, and then it will be taxable, and it will be making the. And we want to prove that it does make the money. Yeah.
Honorable Brown, does that complete your presentation or your response at this time?
Yes, Speaker.
That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor now. I do have Chairman Daniel So, and then also Eugene So in the queue. Chairman, good evening. Floor is yours at this time.
Honorable Speaker Seth Jamin, Otterson, and colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, auto legislative staff, auto Shikido Shidana, Shakir, and Dino Fagi, Odosato, Saki Winton, Fagi, Sabitana, the Thai, the Tatani, so the Cecilia, Nathaniel Brown, Akiha, for your unique way of presenting the picture that exists out there for all you do for your people, for our people. Of course, the main thing I really want to, I guess the worldwide view or the United States view is governments, state governments, county governments. They build C-stores. They basically pass laws that would attract investors to build the C-stores, whether it be availability of land or the availability of tax breaks. And in our case, we're doing it in a different way that I guess really hampers economic development. In that aspect, we haven't really looked at, what are the potentials. What, let's say the building is built, the leasee, how much would they be paying for the building to operate within to operate the store? Yes, there would be the addition of the fuel excise tax, the junk food tax. There would be those other aspects, the sales tax. So those are the economic factors that we as a nation use to add to our revenue picture. But the main thing is the job creation. The job creation is what really would stabilize, and it would also create a turnaround on monies that are generated. Work back into the C-store and then growing the business. So those are some things that I think is a system. Our system economic system needs to be revolutionized. And so that aspect, in creating this lease store, the lease payments, who would get them? Is it as Honorable Amber Crotty refers to Windrock, is it the mother government? Or is there going to be revenue sharing with the chapter? Those are some aspects that I really think we need to look at. We realize that in other areas, there are state and federal economic zones. Those economic zones, if the Navajo Nation pursued developing some sort of, let's say, a grocery store or a truck stop, and there would be the availability of federal funds and even state funds. So in that aspect, our Division of Economic Development really needs to focus on those where it doesn't, there doesn't need to be an expenditure from our treasury. Citizen fund is our treasury. All the funds that exist is our treasury. And so that's the part that we as a nation really need to refocus on. Again, all the aspects. Earlier on our agenda, there was, what didn't get a motion or a second to the Division of Economic Development for tourism, 1.8 million, 900,000 each. And we didn't act on it. But again, that's perfectly fine because there really needs to be a focus on how economic development should be proceeding. The other aspect is there was legislation sponsored by Honorable Charles Newton. Speaker Chair Damon called for a motion. And my motion, simultaneously as his third call for the motion, basically said, I called it. So I left it alone. Honorable Charles Newton had a colleague that was willing to motion, but there was a second late in motioning. So that aspect, please respect what we do as colleagues. It wasn't a matter of favoring anybody. It was a matter of timing. I, at the time, was reading the legislation, the internal aspects of that Shiprock hotel. So in that particular aspect, please understand. With that, Honorable Seth Damon, we really need to have a work session with the economists. We really need to basically look at other economic studies. A few years ago, when I was with NAPI, the board had commissioned an economic study with close to $30 million in federal funding plus the economic unit of selling the products of NAPI, monies all ended up in Farmington. The economic boom, what NAPI produces, what's available to operate the farms with the sprinkler system, that equated to, and I remember the effects of that economic study. It generated over $100 million for the city of Farmington. So those types of multiplier effects of federal funding, of Navajo Nation funding, really the border towns greatly benefit. And part of this effort on developing the C-store is to try to keep some of that money on the Navajo Nation and make the goods and services available locally. Right now, the main parts that's really needed is the availability of propane, gasoline, and food. And hopefully the person that gets the lease puts in more grocery-related items, vegetables and fruits, rather than those canned goods that may have high sugar content or high salt content. So those are the things that we could guide. With that, and again, Honorable Daniel Brown, thank you for bringing this legislation. And what it does, it opens up the conversation on how we as a nation should grow economic development through a rethinking of how we attract businesses to open on the Navajo Nation. That would be the extent of my comment, and I will vote green on this. And in that aspect, again, a call for redeveloping and moving to a system that would attract investors rather than the nation building the stores, building the shopping centers. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker, Chairman Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So good evening, colleagues. Time now is 7:08 p.m. We are on legislation 0064-22. We have a motion and a second, sponsored by Honorable Brown. Again, colleagues, this legislation is destined for council. I do have Honorable Eugene So in the queue to next. So I'm going to go to Honorable Eugene So. After Honorable Eugene So is done with his debate on the legislation, I'll come back to the sponsor. That Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Like my brother said, opens the conversation. Everything is on the council floor every time. And sometimes I feel like all the but I think we already know. I time is we don't have to say it again and again how good these things are. ที่คอNathaniel Brown yeah yana na internet yana it abahazm there's no question about it how good this thing is so I'm not going to go that route with the same route again I'm not really against it so if it's other sezon kedishmida immediate scenario had I think auto 2 in regards to economists on Hatashing Harvard agency I recommend a few my last remarks the Navajo Nation Hanza not on the dot in so Hanza in Naso AV Yen Shisahatol Hat A where has a hard a Yego based on day the order to United States of America is run by tourism nothing that the Kavich and the Kavi when they land on the United States turf they'll go and get themselves a rental car and then from then on across the United States I don't know how many times he will get a motel a place to eat and whatever he's going to buy souvenirs for a base or that so that's what the United States is running on board of it and besides a small business so that's how U.S. plans with the cash that they get from this because the economists agencies based on the based on NATO but that's where we need to question I don't the Navajo Nation the compass how to aid all these tourists but I didn't need to know the aid things and then that's where we need that watershed. There's 5 watersheds that was studied across the Navajo Nation. Mine is 2.7 million. And all the others here, the Queen Art, whether it's 10 or 20, maybe 15 million. And the whole yard, and the bus at the Nisi Kon, at the Kaki, I did only thought yes, I was saying the hell was not just sweet. Don't just is deteriorating our natural resource. You say yo ya ho even all the snake. A cobevat and how to niche the Nasa quiz kandashi we got sued because of the tour that's any convent that's sponsored that Canadian because of the land issue. A can't even the state start of the Bali the cows are got. So what that even now we need to really stress our natural resource and rebuild all the deteriorated areas. That's the plan. That's a big plan. That's what I'm looking for. Even the division director, other Christian Bishop, or Stada, other it also that El Khan. So Yohanana starter. President Nez, Avis Navashne, I got a plan. Chase Navadishni, Satanic case, Chase Navadishni. Even President Biden, which is a shot with Satanic case, Pelishna Hadishni, Chase Dishni, Dibayashki. When he's on out next side, pesos right there. The money is right there looking at us. If you look at the grazing committee's plan of operation, they work with the CFR 25, Port 167. In there, their duties, authority is to preserve waterfalls and land and to build up deteriorated areas. That's where the state conservationist comes in, the United States Department of Agriculture. That's where they come in. They got the cash. And then to make it more, even we can use it for cost share to rebuild these areas. We got CKR, I think it was insurance, drought money. I don't know what's going on with that one. That is supposed to be going on to the ground. to rebuild these areas. They said that all needs is to keep water on the Navajo Nation instead of going down to San Juan or Little Colorado or the Colorado River. Is the nose close to not know those needs. That's a plan. That's something that we can build on. That's one thing that we need to think about if we're going to bring tourists here to bring their money here. We need to wake up. We're looking for big plans like this. The money is there, it's looking right at us, but we're not doing anything about it. So even now, go the plan, the economists in Vingi Hoko. Not money if you have data or so. They don't how it is in Hanet now you need not 10 years or stand. We need to look at all these areas where so we can plan. Or even these laws. That's what we're here for, to amend these laws. Some of the laws that we have on Navajo Nation, it just only takes away funds away from the people. So these are some of the issues that we have within the Navajo Nation to plan economically. According to the Chinese, the car ban sahak case of this. Do you want another one? You can add KL na use tie hunting then 264 160 dash anyway KN touch on to the page on there. Two cities there shipwreck. All of that non lake yellow. Hakila fast haton. This Hagila all the etos. These are some of the plans that we should be developing. On the Shigate has all and that's just band-aid stuff that we're planning. If you want to plan, let's rebuild a natural resource. Let's bring and make it more beautiful for the tourists to come back and see our land. If you could go to the complaints that they have and read them all your all your the tourists. So we need to look at economists has to look at those what the tourists are saying about our land, and then start developing what kind of plan we could go after, where the money is going to be if we can rebuild these areas. So if I'm an economist, I would look at those things. That's what we need the economists be thinking about. I'm pretty sure they already do. So I don't have been sometimes, yeah, we just want to get out the res. But no, sometimes you can see the great bank the based on darkness. Or can't the Canadian bank it on based on darkness. I don't the decontours been very to the liquor. It does at all need any great bashes and deal yet. So you know to the yacht. Yeah, out to the yacht. No, they, yeah. It on the reservation. That's where they get the liquor off the reservation. I don't know all usually. Just like I said, what the tourist does when he gets off the plane. He goes here, goes there, and buys this. So when somebody's going over there to get liquor or go to pawn something, go to a pawn shop, they don't see it then. So I don't know very well basically trade the job order. So the are credit that those because I don't know to buy local. I don't know casino that order not as home that I don't know they get their the monthly fees that they want. From the use doors for them the I see that the casino you're just so I see all the national rate all as an stars in the red middle but sabotage because I'm not on that. The last visitation that people used to go to the trading post. What was a guy the neck it up, but you know, I didn't go. She had that I hate that. No, she said, I'm not it. I shouldn't. I hate it. No, the other. The next she does it. So that it's not a whole. We thought other weeks out or not. So I'm not a caution. What that has that's how some areas are like that. That's where people to visit each other and to visit their relatives, etc. Because these Aggie are in the Aggie share in the ancient. I don't that the and I'm pretty sure they call sales clubs up the not the Tanaki the Shakanet Nahanigi sales tax deliberations. There's a Kanigi to a yo no they tax the car to say when they go together they would better buy it over there. Like when you buy a cook over here just 20 ounce it might be $2. So and then over here on the reservation it's about $4. So they rather have it over there while they're in Gallup. Get one. Get a case. Could that has on his on sheep so could I city next year she don't get that I just can't but I really like to stress this. I really want the council delegate to plan big for the 7th generation way out there. I don't quite old bandy but the could all the Daniel how you say the cases on the old and I don't the cans are now 10 can allocate it's a layer color that stage those hot or build other other they took a route towards that way so they're over there in that Tennessee area. We have family everywhere. Even now, we need to plan big. We need to plan for 7th generation. We need to look forward way out there. The needs on the whole council target get a nicest honey. And I commend Nathaniel for the legislation, and I'm behind him because it's for the people. We start low, we can go higher. Enough when it's on time. So I learned it. I shouldn't. If you didn't know, I said that you can quite hard to win that. Oh, so John the Oak, I let what it's going to like this things. I guess this is the things are not out of car. What I don't know, Jan that kind of she had. Could I be a still speaker? I'm really concerned about this. I would like to really want to sit down with this economist and plan big for the future. See what the person has, what does she have for us, what are we looking forward to, what kind of money we're looking at, and where do we need to rebuild these natural resources so we can attract more tourists and more movie making. But I will be hard at us. I don't have next. But I show the education so I learned it out action and the need on of the thank you.
Speaker, may I speak now?
We are on legislation 0064-22, talking about the I almost said Chilchimbito. Maybe I need Chilchilton needs a convenience store. Chilchimbito convenience store and fuel station project. This is a CSN legislation. Again, colleagues, this legislation goes on to council. At council, this will need 16 votes too as well. Colleagues,
Speaker, can I speak?
I'll put you in the queue. I'll put you in the queue on the yellow hair.
Thank you very much.
With that, let me go back to Honorable Brown for response.
Okay, these ice. It's getting cut off as well. But here at Craigie and after the Cran, that does kid though late did Sada done did I Craigie that does beginning by 8 so Lada go see the response on it. I don't get the name ask for by 8 ask for showing me I do the legislation again Chochimbito sea story kid Lago a behasi ado Craigishi Peggy the Bakagi, Bakaz Ko. I know that Shana, Delegate Daniel the government could Anigi Palit Adit Anan Sahan Sadigi hit Abe, the Hansi Ado Anledo hit Egida, Anle the Nabi host Beshmas and Lenny ask Ada existence Yende, the egg at the base of Zoha Nikitene, Ajut Ahian Dadlish. Ado Ani Dohne, I do agree with all of you, and I would like to, since I am hearing the same kind of planning and questions from my colleagues, is how do we change and pivot our way of leadership for economic development? Again, I am still really was impressed from the presenter, specifically All Roads Lead to Chaco organization with Change Lab. They did a presentation on how small businesses play a huge role, and then how they also see in Navajo Nation enterprises. There's a big question: are they hurting the Navajo Nation? Some of the individuals did say sometimes they see enterprises as organizations that monopolize businesses and services on the Navajo Nation. And since I'm hearing on how we can move forward as a nation, maybe through this legislation, we can also meet with these individuals. We can certainly invite them to come to the chambers and do a presentation. I guarantee that you all will be impressed with our very own young people, with the work that they're doing, the education, and also Mr. Austin, the young gentleman who happens also to be from Chilchimbito. Very impressive, who will look at the specific language, not just talking about it, but he is also, as an attorney with his other fellow attorneys, are working together looking at some of these business regulations, how they are working against Navajo businesses and economic development. So that would be one of my solutions, colleagues, on how we can start planning and using some of these funds to help our people. Maybe some of the number one items, would be, do we use CHISN? But also, colleagues, what we also don't have is, since the closure of Kayenta, Peabody Mine, and NGS, we do all see now, in Budget and Finance, we did approve the BIM manual, and there is that shortfall, and that is the shortfall that was anticipated. And last night, the Arizona Corporation Commission was specifically looking at the impact since the closure. And we are well aware, this council is very well aware the impact. We did receive numerous reports before we did make that decision. And now we have to move forward and start planning on replacing some of these revenue generating. Because right now what we're hearing is our chapters are being impacted, with scholarships, with housing discretionary, as well as other departments. Alcohol, is this the shortfall? And if we don't have an economic plan, a revenue generating to replace these shortfalls, and if we are voting all these possible legislations down in the future, what is that going to look like? So I'm really interested to work together. Besides the C-store, how can we really put together? I know I've already met a lot of great Navajo people that are doing the work These are not people with just ideas. These are individuals who are doing the work. They know where the bottleneck is happening within our Navajo Nation economics, and also where the duplication of services is happening. As simple as, we don't allow everything to be online where, they're just PDF copies and they're not where they can click and put the information in the system. So a lot of really good information that I got yesterday. So I also wanted to share that with you. And I think that also, listening to the forum last night, this is something that they brought up, Navajo Nation's role, and specifically in some of these projects like the C-Store, and what other nations are doing and how they are now thriving. So I'm very proud of our team to put in all this work. Although I also wanted to give speakers some time to Ms. Elaine Young. She did want to specifically address some of the questions that were posed by my colleague. So if we can allow some time to Ms. Elaine Young, speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, moving on down to Ms. Young. Are you on the line?
Yes. Good afternoon, good
Floor is
evening,
yours.
everyone. Again, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. No, you just muted yourself.
Okay. I guess okay. I
You're good.
think everyone can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for all the questions, delegates out there. And I have made notes to myself. And at this time, I'm emailing my staff in regards to Key Allen Gates questions in regards to Nazlini, Low Mountain, Salina, Cottonwood, and I believe there's also Mariana Lake that was mentioned. And then they did respond back, and they're open to discuss all of these C-stores the first week of August. Mr. Key Allen Begay and at their office, if possible, in Chinle. And moving forward, they're willing to reopen the Salina Cottonwood. So in regards to that, I believe that Ms. Charles Newton also had mentioned some areas of development, and I just need to revisit with staff in regards to that, which is the Shiprock Hotel. I know we did meet on it. I had other conflicting schedules. We're more than willing to readdress some of those issues that were discussed. I believe that meeting was yesterday. In regards to the other topics that was mentioned from the, we'll look at Round Rock, at the development, that area. I believe that was also a discussion as well. And looking at my notes, Daniel, so I believe what was mentioned is the opportunity zone. Unfortunately, Chichimbito is not really within the opportunity zone. So therefore, we've looked at all of these, and a lot of our communities were not included in the opportunity zone. So with that, in regards to, I believe there was building mentioned on the leases. We do get returns on these business site leases through the rental rates. So going into the job creation Mr. So did mention that the return on investment on this particular development was mentioned. I was able to pull it up on my file. What I have currently for Telecommu C-Store, as far as my report, is that we are now at this point with this legislation, we are trying to secure the funding to match the owner operator. So based on that, a lot of the work has been done. All the pre-development has been completed. The land withdrawal, archaeological clearance, the environmental assessment, the feasibility studies, those all have been completed years ago. And the due diligence have been done with the owner operator, the letter of commitment, the business plan, and the draft business site leasing. All of the design for that particular site, we do have it from the owner operator, which is the conceptual plan, the schematics, the site plans, the specifications and site preparation, and then also the infrastructure and the site development are in discussion within TUA as we speak. And it has been mentioned also the annual return on investment as projected. These are as projected based on other C-stores that we have on average. We did our projections on this. There's two types of return on investment. There is a direct return on investment, which is the Navajo Nation, the tax, though in regards to the rental, the business site leases, the rental. And with that, we've estimated on the base on the rental returns to the nation on the lease as projected will be approximately 30,000 plus. And then as well as the Navajo Nation tax, 120,000. And the fuel excise tax, we're anticipating over 110,000 annually. And then as far as the construction of this project, it will provide temporary employees, wage amount of $695,000. And then as well as for permanent employees, on annual, it's estimated as 420,000. So that's in general, in a nutshell, in essence, where the project is, and I've given you the return on investment for just the Chuchimbito. And we do have all these development that we plan. It is all scheduled out in these types of detail. And I can provide you information and then also our calculation on some of these projects as it comes through. So, so with that, I just want to say thank you for everyone's time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young. With that, Mr. Brown, or Honorable Brown, are you? Does that complete your response at this time? Okay. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Is that currently up? Is that? Okay. See what's slow. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Stewart in the queue. Honorable Stewart, where's yours at this time?
Okay, Chairman, Chisilla, Damon, Otto Kodo, Shasash, Nate Brown Kodo, the legislation, the Nigin Hitahin Sazagi for this community and the C-store. When Nachegi Otto listening to the comments and the questions raised, Ekido Shamas, Miscellaneous, Hashin Sogato, Tkanzati, for the business regulatory part of it. Akunda Korogi Eya, I would like to recommend, or not recommend, but Chairman, I want to ask if we can go ahead and table this legislation. We have questions regarding it, not only for this community, but for the communities that we represent across the board. Also, there's been talk to meet with the economists looking at the amount here, and then looking at what each of us wish to progress into our communities. I do not stand against this legislation, but I stand for the small business owners. The little developers are wanting to get something started out there, trying to move something. Okay, this is going to be one of many, like I said, that are going to come before us again. And this in either legislation in 86, or when it was 87 or 257, I was saying that at the time. Those little business owners are who we need to send these funds to. Even now, I stand with CDFI and with the small business loan companies to push those funds through them. We should just pass it on to them and see what they're going to do with it. We're less than a year away again from where we need to be to spend these funds. If you think of it logically, there's no projects going because we're still sitting on this 86 legislation. We have amendments. We've gotten emails from our council saying there's amendments out there that are being requested. Yet there's no supporting documents, or lack of supporting documents, or some that have submitted their supporting documents. So with that, and considering and all that, and then looking at this legislation, hearing to the discussion now to this point of saying, well, we want this in our community, we want that in our community. This is where I stand. This is where we want to improve these areas as well. And then in my meeting this morning with RDBO, there are several business sites in the chapters and in the agency, which I represent through Resource Development, that I saw that Club C members are probably not even aware of, that are in their communities. And I want to see where those are at. What are the proposals on those? How many of those business licenses have been given back or relinquished back to the community? What is the community doing on those? So again, they all intertie with what this legislation is doing. That's why I'm asking that, Chairman, to table this until we get a work session with the economists regarding this legislation. Others that we are thinking about as we're talking about these legislations. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that recommendation for a tabling motion, actually, before I recognize that tabling motion, I understand the guidance on that until we have a Naabik'íyáti committee work session with the economists and the recommendations coming from them as well, and probably inviting other individuals from the Division of Community Development or Division of Economic Development, maybe even Community Development. Honorable Wilson Stewart. With that, the recommendation also has a look back. If you're requesting for a tabling motion, Honorable Stewart, what is the time frame you're looking at?
I would say within no more than 30 days with that, because we do need to push these forward too as well.
Right. That recommendation for no more than 30 days. That, colleagues.
Delegate Yeller wants to speak. Speaker.
We'll have to. Even if it's in the morning or on one of the mornings sometime during the week or in the afternoon. we'll put it to work session together if this passes. That, colleagues, there's a motion to table legislation 0064-22 until for 30 days in order to hold an Naabik'íyáti committee work session with the Navajo Nation economists and also with individuals from the Navajo Nation Department of Economic Development. That, colleagues, is motion by Honorable Stewart. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Yellow here. I'd like to speak before this motion.
Honorable Honorable Yellow Hair. The motion to table has already been recognized, so I'm on a tabling motion at this time.
I'll second. This is Charles Newton.
Second by tabling motion by Honorable Stewart, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That before I go to there's no debate on the tabling motion, but Honorable Brown, just for the fact that we're here at the committee level, you don't have the 3 minutes allocated to state the case on the tabling motion. That's only allowed at Navajo Nation Council. So with that, colleagues, let's go to the board. Vote on a tabling motion on legislation 0064-22 for no more than 30 days and within that 30 days to have a Naabik'íyáti committee work session with the Navajo Nation economists and the Division of Economic Development to present on an overall goal, I guess, economic development goals. Okay.
Speaker, can we add on that we get
Okay.
the 5-year plan economic development as well?
When we put that together, Madam Chair, I can recognize that with you if you put that in an email later on. So, but by the time we put the recommendation forward, that can be part of the discussion too as well. That, colleagues, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kialan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kialan Begay. Honorable Kialan Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knazbakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Red. I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red.
That was Daniels.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Honorable Herman Daniels votes red and Honorable Mark Freeland votes green.
I haven't voted yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Mr. Daniels confused us.
Okay, Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I'll go ahead and vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, she got it.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay.
Kiala votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable
vote
Daniel
red.
So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 11 delegates who voted in favor, 8 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 12 delegates in favor, 8 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues. 12 in favor, 8 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries.
Motion adjourned.
There's a motion to adjourn
I'll second.
by Vice Chair Smith. And then if this doesn't, then I'm going to Honorable Rick Nez. Doesn't pass, I'm going to Honorable Rick Nez. There's a motion to adjourn, colleagues, at 7:53 p.m. Colleagues, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more legislations on 6. 6. Oh yeah, 6. 6 more legislations on the agenda. Time now is 7:53 p.m. There's a motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown to adjourn. That, go to board.
Speaker Damon, may I request to speak, sir? Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez, I did say that if this vote failed, I would go to you.
Okay.
Did you want to speak on the adjournment?
Oh, I just want to say thank you, Speaker, for excusing me. I just couldn't help it when a family member comes to your door crying and in a frenzy, and their emergency became my emergency, and I missed most of the agenda on here, and I just want to apologize for that. And I don't know if it's something that I should apologize for not participating here for a little bit there. But I just want to say thank you for excusing me. I was hoping to come back sooner, but I didn't. I just called back in a while ago as well. So I was hoping to have a consent agenda on this, but that'll be all.
Thank you. I'm glad you're back on and everything's back. So hopefully everything's okay with you, Chairman, and the constituent that you had to help. That, let's go to board, colleagues, on a motion to adjourn.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yeah, votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate.
Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Green, there's a storm coming. Get our staff home.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lord votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 12 delegates who voted in favor, 8 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
That, colleagues, 12 in favor, 8 opposed. Chair not voting, motion fails on the adjournment. Oh, that motion passes, sorry. I was wanting to stay here. I guess I was the only one that was ready to go till midnight. What did I call it? 7:53 p.m. Colleagues, with 12 in favor, 8 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. We're officially adjourned, colleagues. At these legislations that we did not consider will go on to the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. And the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting is a special Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. And that's going to be held at Twin Arrows on July 8th. And then there'll be also there'll be 2 more Nabis before the Navajo Nation Council summer session, one on July 8th, and the second one is on July 14th, is it? July 14th. That, colleagues, and there is a reminder to out, colleagues, that tomorrow we do have a special Navajo Nation Council session. That Navajo Nation Council special session is a 2-day session beginning tomorrow at 9 a.m. There was how many signatures? 13? 14 signatures that carried in order for the process to adhere to having a special session tomorrow. So, colleagues, we will be here at 9 a.m. online. That is available to go for the next 2 days. That, colleagues, and that will be on legislation 0086-22, correct? With that, have a good evening, everyone. Have a good evening, and watch out for the big storm. If you're headed westbound or eastbound from Albuquerque this way, or headed towards Albuquerque this evening, I-40 shut down at Laguna. I don't know how long. There's a big accident over there, but it shut down both ways. I-40 shut down both ways. With that, have a good evening, everyone. Safe travels if you're on the road. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going at.
Going to Speaker, Rima is getting a lot of rain right now.
Is it? Oh, the big storm's coming to Window Rock right now. Raymond's getting a lot of rain.
Rain for Eastern.